we are here to look at how do we improve the food security in Karamoja so that children do not go to work. Our findings as Work No Child Business Program and other partners reveal that most children in Karamoja go to work because of hunger. As a program, we've done a lot, and we have withdrawn over 9,000 children, supported them to enroll in school, in vocational training, skills development, and others. But we realize that the issue of hunger is undoing our work. So we came together and said, how do we have a dialogue for us to discuss and come out with really practical solutions of making our children not go to the mines because of hunger.
We have never teamed up for a particular issue like this one. So we want to team up.
Let us generate practical solutions that will alleviate food insecurity and support ongoing interventions by the government, UN agencies, and civil society organizations, including the WNCB School Farming Initiative in the 8 villages of Moroto and Nakapiripiti. A multi-sectoral approach is essential to address this complex issue. Together, we can eradicate child labor and ensure that every child in Uganda has the opportunity to thrive in a safe, nurturing, and supportive environment.
Poverty is one of the key push factors for children to engage in child labor. And among the many interventions that the project is doing, one of them is to ensure that households can be able to access income, households can be able to grow their investments, and this has been done through Village Savings and Loans Association. Communities and groups have been empowered to start up livelihoods that are going to grow their incomes, because we believe that it is everyone's responsibility in the community. And if everyone takes responsibility, then we can have all children go to school.
If a child is told properly that there are benefits through this education, they will come. And now the Karamojong have started coming, by the way. What we do is, first of all, ourselves, government, must institute security so that elders can now look after cows, and we use force to take all the children to school. And the government should give free education and dormitories, because those of us who went there, we go to dormitories, so that for Karamoja it's a special thing to feed the children at school. That will bring their children to school. And then, of course, agriculture, we should assist the people so that those who are engaged in agriculture, when children go back, they find the food and come back to school. That's how we should do it.
All that we are discussing is hinged on poor access to education in Karamoja. But once there is compulsory boarding education, there is compulsory feeding in schools, there is a compulsory provision of scholastic materials, I am sure kids will stay at school.
Then these ones, the emerging jobs like mining and so on, these should be restricted, and children should not be allowed to go and do this job.
We should strive to support peace processes or peace dialogues in this community so as to bring the conflict down. That could be one measure to reduce the vice.
I went to school because there was no food at home, but I managed to remain there because slowly by slowly, I got to know the value of education. And now to a member of parliament, you can see the strength of food. So we need government to have a deliberate plan to implement the Karamoja food security plan. We have it. It was already passed. It is there in the Ministry of Karamoja Affairs and the Office of the Prime Minister.
At the slopes of the mountain is where you find crop production. So I am proposing that the members of Parliament for Karamoja should think of degazetting the slopes of the mountains, Kadam, Napak, for agriculture, and also think of allocating farmland for the schools and then some tractors, maybe one per sub-county, so that the schools can also produce their food.
The ministry is working on the development of a comprehensive and inclusive school feeding policy, and it's at the regional consultations level. We may interest this program to come on board and support the review of the school feeding and nutrition guidelines, operationalization of the school feeding menu by Ministry of Health, then integration of school feeding and nutrition into the education management information system. This has been done, and with support from World Food Program, tablets for every school were given to support data collection. And lastly, benchmarking from success countries like India and apply the models they've used. Thank you.
We propose certain solutions here. There are many. Promote growing of crops and vegetables that grow in a short time, what we call short-term crops. Advocacy of strengthening of household systems in the home of generating income. Scale up technologies so that the farming communities would be engaged in value addition and commercialized agriculture. Mechanize agriculture. Support water for production.
Identify land in any area, whether vacant land or so that it can be used by the school to produce food. Those schools without young farmer club, we encourage to establish others with the farmer clubs, we strengthen them. Then lastly, we now look at community awareness. Creating awareness and sensitization, it would really help us to use that. Then under broader and long-term action interventions, we looked at affirmative actions about compulsory school feeding and boarding. There is also another formative action of free education for Karamoja. Then there is also popularization and enforcement of audience and bylaws.
As development partners, we recognize the fact that we complement government. First is to integrate SBCC, behavioral change component in awareness creation and dialogues. This is to respond to the cultural norms and for them to be able to buy the idea of taking self-responsibility and contributing to securing food for their children and their family. Secondly, we have got to know their working groups within the districts we operate in. And our interest here is to see how we can intentionally influence or be part of the discussion and align the discussions at those two platforms. As we do this, to provide food or to ensure there's food, we are also conscious of making our partners and government and stakeholders aware that we should not be doing harm to the environment.
Whereas the government policy is saying there must be a primary school in every parish. But the story on the ground is not obtaining. Some parishes have no primary school. So we are going to use this Article 32 to be able to do our advocacy through the Ministry of Education, especially the accounting officer, the PS, Ministry of Education, and the minister. The issue of coding of schools, we have noticed most of the schools, especially community schools, are not coded. We could advocate for free and compulsory boarding education in Karamoja. And this one, again, the political leaders and the technical departments can do this through sensitization of the communities. Go back to school campaigns. We can do it jointly. Then lastly, we want a government to revitalize the Karamoja Development Agency. All the interventions in Karamoja are being operated from Kampala in the office of the Prime Minister. No, we are saying the narrative should change. Let it come to Karamoja because it had environment issues, it had water, it had livestock, it had crop cultivation, that is food security. Government should bring back Karamoja Development.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome to you all. I see some people have traveled from very far. I see some elders from Karamoja. You're most welcome. I see technical people. The Kao of Moroto, the Kao, Kapiripit, and the other officials, you're all most welcome. Would like to start a program for today. Maybe let me introduce myself. My name is Charles Mwangusha. I'm a media practitioner, and I will be the moderator for this closing ceremony, closing event. We are suggesting that we take our breakfast now because it is ready. So I would like to suggest that you move, pick a cup of tea, come back with a cup of tea to your table so that when we start the day's program, we are running without that break. We should be able to save time. We should be able to have a smooth flow to the program and end possibly in good time this afternoon. So you're all most welcome once again. People who come from the same place don't sit together. Find some new people. They call that networking in these spaces. Use the opportunity and let's have a lovely day today. Thank you. The tea is being served at the extreme corner there. There's a table. Yeah, just walk over there, pick your cup of tea, come back with it to your table. Tea or coffee, whatever you prefer. And then in a few more moments, we should be able to start our day's program. Thank you.
We are here to look at how do we improve the food security in Karamoja so that children do not go to work. Our findings as Work Nurtured Business Program and other partners reveal that most children in Karamoja go to work because of hunger. As a program, we've done a lot, and we have withdrawn over 9,000 children, supported them to enroll in school, in vocational training, skills development, and others. But we realize that the issue of hunger is undoing our work. So we came together and said, how do we have a dialogue for us to discuss and come out with really practical solutions of making our children not go to the mines because of hunger.
We have never teamed up for a particular issue like this one. So we want to team up.
Let us generate practical solutions that will alleviate food insecurity and support ongoing interventions by the government, UN agencies, and civil society organizations, including the WNCB School Farming Initiative in the 8 villages of Moroto and Nakapiripiti. A multi-sectoral approach is essential to address this complex issue. Together, we can eradicate child labor and ensure that every child in Uganda has the opportunity to thrive in a safe, nurturing, and supportive environment.
Poverty is one of the key push factors for children to engage in child labor. And among the many interventions that the project is doing, one of them is to ensure that households can be able to access income, households can be able to grow their investments, and this has been done through Village Savings and Loans Association. Communities and groups have been empowered to start up livelihoods that are going to grow their incomes, because we believe that it is everyone's responsibility in the community. And if everyone takes responsibility, then we can have all children go to school.
If a child is told properly that there are benefits through this education, they will come. And now the Karamojong have started coming, by the way. What we do is, first of all, ourselves, government, must institute security so that elders can now look after cows, and we use force to take all the children to school. And the government should give free education and dormitories, because those of us who went there, we go to dormitories, so that for Karamoja it's a special thing to feed children at school. That will bring their children to school. And then, of course, agriculture, we should assist the people so that those who are engaged in agriculture, when children go back, they find their food and come back to school. That's how we should do it.
All that we are discussing is hinged on poor access to education in Karamoja. But once there is compulsory boarding education, there is compulsory feeding in schools, there is a compulsory provision of scholastic materials, I am sure kids will stay at school.
Then these ones, the emerging jobs like mining and so on, these should be restricted, and children should not be allowed to go and do this job.
We should strive to support peace processes or peace dialogues in this community so as to bring the conflict down. That could be one measure to reduce the vice.
I went to school because there was no food at home, but I managed to remain there because slowly by slowly, I got to know the value of education. And now to a member of parliament, you can see the strength of food. So we need government to have a deliberate plan to implement the Karamoja food security plan. We have it. It was already passed. It is there in the Ministry of Karamoja Affairs and the Office of the Prime Minister.
At the slopes of the mountain is where you will find crop production. So I am proposing that the members of Parliament for Karamoja should think of gazetting the slopes of the mountains, Kadam, Napak, for agriculture, and also think of allocating farmland for the schools, and then some tractors, maybe one per sub-county, so that the schools can also produce their food.
The ministry is working on the development of a comprehensive and inclusive school feeding policy, and it's at the regional consultations level. We may interest this program to come on board and support the review of the school feeding and nutrition guidelines, operationalization of the school feeding menu by Ministry of Health, then integration of school feeding and nutrition into the education management information system. This has been done, and with support from World Food Program, tablets for every school were given to support data collection. And lastly, benchmarking from success countries like India and apply the models they've used. Thank you.
We propose certain solutions here. There are many. Promote growing of crops and vegetables that grow in a short time, what we call short-term crops. Advocacy of strengthening of household systems in the home of generating income. Scale up technologies so that the farming communities would be engaged in value addition and commercialized agriculture. Mechanized agriculture. Support water for production.
Identify land in any area where the vacant land or so that it can be used by the school to produce food. Those schools without young farmer club, we encourage to establish. Others with the farmer clubs, we strengthen them. Then lastly, we now look at community awareness. Creating awareness and sensitization, it would really help us to use that. Then under broader and long-term action interventions, we looked at affirmative actions about compulsory school feeding and boarding. There is also another formative action of free education for Karamoja. Then there is also popularization and enforcement of audience and bylaws.
As development partners, we recognize the fact that we complement government. First is to integrate SBCC, behavioral change component in awareness creation and dialogues. This is to respond to the cultural norms and for them to be able to buy the idea of taking self-responsibility and contributing to securing food for their children and their family. Secondly, we have got to know their working groups within the districts we operate in. And our interest here is to see how we can intentionally influence or be part of the discussion and align the discussions at those two platforms. As we do this, to provide food or to ensure there's food, we are also conscious of making our partners and government and stakeholders aware that we should not be doing harm to the environment.
Whereas the government policy is saying there must be a primary school in every parish. But the story on the ground is not is not obtaining. Some parishes have no primary school. So we are going to use this Article 32 to be able to do our advocacy through the Ministry of Education, especially the accounting officer, the PS, Ministry of Education, and the minister. The issue of coding of schools. We have noticed most of the schools, especially community schools, are not coded. We could advocate for free boarding, free and compulsory boarding education in Karamoja. And this one, again, the political leaders and the technical departments can do this through sensitization of the communities. Go back to school campaigns. We can do it jointly. Then lastly, we want a government to revitalize the Karamoja Development Agency. All the interventions in Karamoja are being operated from Kampala in the office of the Prime Minister. No, we are saying the narrative should change. Let it come to Karamoja because it had environment issues, it had water, it had livestock, it had crop cultivation, that is food security. Government should bring back Karamoja Development Agency to steer development in Karamoja. Thank you.
Government of Uganda is committed to addressing food and nutrition insecurity as well as the increasing national income through the various strategies. A good example is that of parish development model, and NRM knows that education is the most.
If you've just come in, please go straight to the breakfast table, pick yourself a cup of tea and a bite, come and sit with your tea on your table so that when we start the morning's program, we are running through. So if you've just come in, if you just joined us, pick yourself a cup of tea and then you can settle in. We'll be running very soon. We'll be starting our program very soon. Thank you.
And we look forward as we get into the final stage of our program.
I would like to thank you, all of you really, who have initiated this program. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, breakfast is being served. Please help yourself to some breakfast. And places of convenience. Places of convenience, you walk through here, the steps here, and yeah, take the steps up. You'll be able to find help if you need convenience purposes. Will just be behind us here. If you walk out, then you're climbing up the stairs. You'll find the directions when you get up. We should be able to start in a few more moments. Thank you.
Karamoja sub-region has a population of over 1.4 million people spread across 9 districts. It is predominantly semi-arid and faced with a number of challenges like protracted conflicts, famine, and many others, which make it so hard for socio-economic development despite the numerous interventions undertaken by government and development partners, both local and international. Despite being one of the mineral-rich regions in Uganda, most of the people in Karamoja live in acute poverty without affording basic needs of life such as food, education, healthcare, and water. As a result, households start involving their children in child labor as they become more desperate to find ways of sustaining their livelihoods. Child labor is more prevalent in places without schools, such is the case in Nonyidik, a village found in Rupa, Moroto district, where a consortium of partners called WNCB is helping in the construction of the first primary school in the village.
We have been having a very big challenge in this area, where children could walk over 12 kilometers to access any other school. And it has been a very big challenge whereby the young children could not manage to walk such a distance. That is why when this consortium of partners came in, we had very many children who were in the mining sites who did not have any other school to access. But when they came in to complement government programs in Moroto district, we appreciated so much, and we identified this as one of the places simply because we want to make these young children also access education. And it is going to, already the enrollment is coming up, simply because people have been in need of education, but there was no access.
So we started by establishing a school which we initially named a motivational center, just to first of all give them that motivation for education, formal education. And we thank NASAD so much because we moved step by step by first of all having these children learn under the trees, and then the temporal shade was provided by the partner that is Save the Children. And as we talk now, the school has 2 blocks of classrooms, including the teacher's office, and another third one is under construction. So we are now looking at a real community primary school, which we hope with time will grow to a P7 standard and come on board like other formal schools.
What our intervention has mainly done is to bring back hope to the children, to know that education is possible. They can gain education. Because I mean, before we came, even those who actually who wanted to go to school, they could not because there was no school. But with our intervention, it has brought hope to them that they can attend education. And so what we have achieved now, we now have about over 500 children who are enrolled in this school. So that is a very big achievement for us. And of course, since the government is going to be taking up the school, we also are confident that it is something which is sustainable, which is going to stay, and the children are going to continue learning beyond the ones we have, but it's going to be continuous for the rest of the children. But also, there is awareness. The parents now know in this community that their children are entitled to education, and also they are willing. Like, as you can see, there are many parents today, very many, and of course that is a sign to show that they are willing to have their children come to school.
Today we have had a very good day where we are launching Nanyidik Community School, and the Almighty God has blessed us with a heavy rain. And normally in Karamoja, if you have a function or a ceremony and it rains, it is already a sign of blessing from the Almighty God. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to crown the day by officially commissioning this school and officially handing over this school to the community. Why? Because the community is a very serious, very important stakeholder in the education of the girl child, in the education of every child of school going age. So may the handover, may the launch and handover of this classroom block be a sign of our commitment as communities of Nanyidik, as communities of Rupa, as the people of Maleniko, as Karamojong and Ugandans. May the launch of this school be a beginning of the new chapter for us to keep the agenda and the light in as far as promoting of education in Maleniko is concerned. May God
In an effort to contribute to the progressive eradication of all forms of child labor, the Work No Child's Business WNCB program conducted an orientation workshop for Busia child rights stakeholders on the collaborative interventions for child labor-free gold mining through responsible business conduct.
How do we impact children in the mining communities and on the issue of child labor? We are going to provide this information both positively, we want positive information, and we want to also recognize where there are negative impacts. Whether these impacts are out of ignorance on the issue, that is a whole other conversation, but we want to acknowledge what is currently going on. I will take you through what is going to guide you in conducting the impact assessments and the areas we're going to conduct these assessments.
The 5 days workshop brought together representatives from the informal miners and community leaders, formal miners and business associations, district local government and policy leaders from the gold rich Busia district, specifically Busitema, Buteba and Tira sub-counties.
Who are the informal miners in Busitema? Who are the informal miners in Tira? It doesn't matter what group you're in. That's the first thing you're going to do, everybody. Then who are the formal miners? Agree amongst yourselves, the ones that you know. You are discussing working conditions. Are all of you clear at the table what issues of work we are concerned about with respect to child labor and mining? Do we understand the issues? It doesn't matter whether you're Busitem at this point or Buteba or Tira.
During this orientation, participants identified several critical issues to combat child labor and enhance children's rights within these communities, with an emphasis on the application of the Children's Rights and Business Principles, CRBPs.
And getting 12 basins can take you like 3 or 4 days.
You're given what?
One basin full of our stones containing gold. One.
Can you put it there? Just capture, it's important.
Now it will be upon you, either you go minus or you get it. And moreover, you are in a group, can be even 10 people. So number 3 now is to come out with the possible, dangers or the activities which those companies do.
The area of protection, children have the right to protection. What other rights do children have a right to? Survival, yes.
Education.
Development, participation, yes. Now any other issues which you know about, they fall in those brackets. That's all you need to remember. Children have a right to protection, they have a right to stay here, they have a right to protection, they have a right to survival, they have a right to participation, and a right to development. You know the issues, isn't it?
The training focuses on the program Pathway 3, which centers on the private sector taking full responsibility for preventing and addressing child labor.
And now what I'm happy about is that now you are learning to know how to integrate the issues of children in your businesses, and that you have learned how to do it. And I'm so happy to see that the groups that formalized even when we were here, like TISMA, are already giving back to the community. I think you clap for that. So you are incorporating the issues of children in your businesses. Child rights and business principles, which we started with yesterday. Does anyone still have a doubt what it means? Are you all happy you're understanding the child rights and business principles, CRBP? Yes. Child rights and business principles is knowing that you get to know the children's rights and make sure that you have the policies within your organization and to incorporate and integrate the principles in your organizations.
Participants learnt about the situation of children in the mining communities and what role the private sector can play to protect children from all forms of child labor.
Oh, very important, very important. First of all, it reminds us of the respect for a child as a human being and sparing the child from this hard labor in favor of good activities like education. This heavy labor has spoiled the health of most children, and some of them have even missed services like education. So it's a very important principle, and I encourage everyone to continue with such sensitization of the public.
The work, No Child's Business, WNCB, Uganda program is a collaborative effort of 4 local partners with the ultimate goal of ensuring that children and youth are free from child labor, have access to quality education, and can look forward to decent future employment opportunities. The WNCB Uganda Alliance consists of HIVOS, Save the Children, Uganda National Teachers Union, Nascent Research and Development Organization, NRDO, and Environmental Women in Action for Development.
Or child labor policy. Each organization should have it. So if you are not having it, when you go back, even if you write it on a manila paper and hang it in your office. And the child labor policy, you had copies, but if you don't have copies, we shall try to give at least each organization to get a copy.
During the 5 days training, the participants identified a number of issues related to child labor, which among other included the exploitation of children by truck drivers, investors, and miners, worsened by the absence of guidelines for safeguarding children, impact of Disco Matanga events on societal norm, recognizing the fact that child protection must be also a business for the private sector.
This workshop has been so good. It has reminded us of the child rights and business principles, mining working policies, and also reminded us of the responsibility we have as company owners, employers, and landlords, and so on. But everything is geared towards the safety of the children and ensuring that they have access to other services like education and so on.
The participants committed to taking practical steps within their mining operations to end child labor.
So we are doing so much, all that takes that ensure that mining is done by elders and children's rights are not violated. We need to secure this young generation for a purpose. And you cannot do this only if we can allow them have education, better health facilities, and better working environments.
Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's just coming to 10 a.m. I think we should start. I think it's only fair that we try to get to know one another, know who is around. So I'm going to run a microphone around the tables. Let's introduce ourselves. From experience, by the time we move this table to that table, you'll have forgotten the name of this table. But maybe you remember one or two, and that would start for our engagement. So we're going to do that. Let's introduce ourselves. Just tell us your name, where you come from, and how you're related to what we're doing today. Yes, I'm going to start from this table here. Maybe we start from the back. Remember the other names? Let's start from here. Just pass the microphone around. Just your name and who you work with.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anne, and I work with Nascent Research and Organization. We are one of the partners of WNCB.
Thank you. Welcome, Anne. Anna or Anne? Anna, welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Christine Inasamba. I am representing the LC5 Busia. I am the vice. He's not with us here. He's with other engagements. He's preparing for the National Day celebrations, Independence Day celebrations. So he's so much engaged, that's why he's not with us. But I am fully going to participate and representing him. Busia is one of the beneficiaries in this, that's why we are involved. You are most welcome.
Welcome, Christine, Madam Vice Chairman, Busia District. You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Natalie Veen. Save the Children representative in the Global Steering Committee of Work No Child's Business, and I'm from the Netherlands.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kuriang David, District Chairperson Moroto.
Welcome, Mr. Chairman.
I'm a consumer of this project.
Great to have you here.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I am Nangiro John, the District Chairperson of Nakapiri District, a beneficiary district of this program. And parcel of this program. I supported the program. We are lamenting its end. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman. You're seated next to, there are 3 chairpersons of districts here. By the end of the program, of this activity today, you'll give us ideas on how to sustain it from your level. Yes, the next table.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Gabriel Barasa is my name, standing in for District Education Officer Busia. Busia is a beneficiary district of this program, and I think we have achieved. We are grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Barasa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jane Frances Among Inokili, Moroto. I am a few days old in Moroto, so this engagement is actually orienting me too. But at least I know Moroto is a beneficiary. Thank you.
Welcome, Madam RDC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Okumu Sem, District Community Development Officer, Busia District. I've been with this project from inception up to when it's coming to end.
Most welcome, Mr. CDO.
Good morning, everyone, and you're all welcome. My name is Margaret Tuhumwile. I'm Executive Director of the Environmental Women in Action for Development. We are the partners on this project, Work No Child's Business. For us, we are implementing in the Busia District. I'm so happy to see the team from Busia and the Karamoja team. All our friends are welcome.
Thank you. You're most welcome. We saw you conducting a training a while ago. Yes, let's have the next table.
God is good all the time.
Lord is good, and that's his nature. Wow.
Max Onajawa Call is my name. I am the District Education Officer Moroto.
Most welcome, Mr. Dio. Let's have your neighbor.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jocelyn Iriama. I work as a project manager for Work No Child Business under Save the Children. You're all most welcome.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Anyede Monica are my names from Busia, a mobilizer. I work with Work No Child Business as a mobilizer.
You're most welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rita Namwiza. I am the rapporteur for this event. Thanks.
Welcome, Rita.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eddie Wambeo from Elimination of Child Labor in Agriculture, EKIRA, based in Hoima. But we are also a member of the National Steering Committee on Elimination of Child Labor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Rashida Nakauga. I work as the country director for Rainforest Alliance. We are a certification organization. We've been working with HIVOS for so many years. So we have projects of eliminating child labor in West Nile, Rwenzori, and Masaka.
You're most
Thank
welcome.
you, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Good to have you here.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Salongo Ignatius Allen Waha is my name. I'm the Executive Director, Amkan Uganda Chapter. Glad to be with you today.
Very nice to have you, Salongo.
So, the young Adam, Narta Rural Kale Lukwa, Chapazol Watson mining and you.
Very nice to have you, Mr. Chairperson.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called by name Slokuri William, Community Mobilizer, Nanyidik Village, Motor District.
Welcome, William.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Lobur Jimmy. I'm a skilled youth in Nakiloro, Moroto. Thank you.
Very nice to have you, Jimmy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Nyadoi Beatrice, and I work with Save the Children as a program officer. I'm based in Nakapriprit. Thank you for coming.
Welcome, Beatrice.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Guti. I'm here representing Freedom Fund, and I work with Freedom Fund as the program advisor. Freedom Fund is a global organization that focuses on ending child trafficking, modern slavery, and we are supporting local partners in the move to end modern slavery in over 140 countries. And currently, we have expanded to the East Africa, and that's why we have just started in Uganda. We don't have an operational office, but we are working to support the local organizations, and I'm here to learn from the work of Nascent with what they have been doing in terms of ending child trafficking and modern slavery. And also we had a chance to meet them and also interact with them at the community level, and it's a pleasure being here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm a Yanis, Leo Nakapiripiriti. I also want to thank all the partners that have worked in Karamoja and with whom I have worked with for very many years. Now making 40 years in the education service. So I'm retiring. Next month I won't be with you in this forum like this, but shall be working together to end child labor. Thank you.
Protocol observed. Good morning, everybody. Dennis Athia, my name's the District Community Development Officer, Nakapriprit, and I've been at the far front of ending child labor. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jet Falongoli, the Senior Community Development Officer Moroto, standing in for the DCDO and a beneficiary of this project. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eva Ekanya. I work with Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Private Sector Foundation, Uganda is the umbrella body for all the sectors in the country. And I'm here to represent the Executive Director, who is not with us, Mr. Asimwe. And Private Sector Foundation has some interventions to do with children's rights. And we work with partners. We have worked with different ministries, like Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Gender. At the same time, we represent among the 12 sectors. We work with the Federation of Uganda Employers, who have come up with initiatives to promote child rights. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Kanya, and PSFU.
Mata. My name is Kasim Kutosi, the Chief Administrative Officer Moroto. I want to thank the organizers of this engagement for inviting the honorable members of Parliament. Honorable members of Parliament, we have submitted so many schools for coding. They have been coded, but they don't get any aid. And yet you are the ones who appropriate. We hope this year, in a supplementary, you appropriate funds for running these schools. They code without money. It's as if there are no schools. So, honorables, as you go to Parliament, please take that message. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kawa. The message is taken. We'll discuss a lot about that in the course of the day. Yes, can we have the next table?
Good morning, everybody. I'm called by names Lokoru Albert, commonly known as Ekorita. I represent the people called the Teped, living on top at the slopes of Mount Moroto. First of all, I want to thank them for their support. I came late, but I have not missed. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Macho Geoffrey is my name. I'm the Member of Parliament for Busia Municipality on the board of Kenya and Uganda. I sit on the Committee of Education, where the majority of children are pupils, and I am the Secretary for Uganda Parliamentary Forum of Children Affairs. That makes me to be a voice of the young people in the August House. I really thank this organization for the wonderful work you have done in Busia. Although I am seated here, but in tears, I wish the project would extend further. So many children will go back to school. And majorly the Karamojong children, because Busia has a bigger population of the Karamojong children than the Karamojong area. And the Honorable is really confirming. But this organization, you have done a good job. I pray that donors should give you more funds so that you do more. Thank you.
Honorable Macho, very nice to have you here. Let's have the next table.
Protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you all. My name is Opio Emmanuel. I'm the project coordinator for Nascent Research and Development Organization based in Karamoja. You're welcome.
You're most welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'm Chris Cover. I'm the Regional Area Manager for Save the Children, Karamoja. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Chris.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Kevin Mobuke. I work with Save the Children as the head of Child Protection and Child Rights. Thank you so much for joining us today.
You're most welcome.
Good morning to you all. Swabra Namyombia is my name. I'm working with AMPCAN Uganda chapter as communications officer.
You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Juliet Wajega. I'm the country coordinator of the Work No Child Business Program. I'll be speaking later, so I stop there for now.
And you're our host. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Harono Caroline, the male coordinator, Work No Child Business Program. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Caroline.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Richard Kidega. I work with one of the partners in this project, that is Environmental Women in Action for Development, and I support in monitoring, evaluation, learning and linking. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Richard.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rupagana Charles. I work with Nascent Research and Development Organization as a finance officer.
Welcome, Charles.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lowok Simon Peter, head teacher at Pupu, Moroto District.
Simon Peter, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Marion Awori, a journalist from UBC TV. Thank you.
Marion, you're most welcome.
Good morning, all. I am Anya Queen Petero Chaones, regional chairperson for UNATU, Karamoja.
Thank you.
We are the frontliners of mobilization for children to go back to school and to stop child labor. Thank you.
Good to have you with us here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Catherine Sagal, a program officer, child protection and education, and I work for Save the Children, Moroto. Thank you. You're most welcome.
You're welcome, Catherine.
All protocol observed. My name is Lucy Akajo. I work for Uganda National Teachers Union as the regional coordinator for Karamoja, and I've been supporting Work No Child Business Project for Morota and Akapriprit as a program assistant. Thank you.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeremy Oinebie. I work with Environmental Women in Action for Development as a communications officer. We're proud to be partners of WNCB.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Lima Jackie. I work with Nascent Radio. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sharon Nsima. I work with Environmental Women in Action for Development, WNCB partner in Busia District. I'm the project manager. Good to see you all.
Good to see you, Sharon.
My most dignified and uncolliding salutation goes to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Moru Fabio. I work for Nascent Radio as a project officer, Nakapripri District, under WNCB. Thank you.
Good to have you here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Namakwa Harriet. I work with EWAD, and I do also, we partner with the HIVOS and the Work No Child Business, and basically I'm in the field.
Great to have you here. All right, I believe we now have an idea of who our neighbor is. Next table. Do you remember any names? Do you remember some names? Eh? Hey, there is someone else. Where is the microphone? Okay. Yes, about 2 or 3 introductions. And the lady there? Yes, there's an elder lady who needs to introduce herself. This table of, yes, somewhere behind here.
Yeah,
Did
so
Mama introduce herself? Behind there? Okay.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wadada Lawrence, Chief Administrative Officer, Nakapiri District. You're welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Cow, we wouldn't meet your introduction, otherwise we'll be in trouble. But when two cows sit together, they need to plan those questions and sustainability, especially when you're seated next to the honorable members of parliament. I also saw the district chairperson. Yes, there are people on this extreme side here.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Bukomeko, and I work with Rainforest Alliance as a consultant on child labor issues.
Welcome, Emmanuel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohaire Henry, working with Platform for Labor Action, Uganda, and I'm a legal officer. I'm here representing the Executive Director of PLA. PLA is an NGO, and its main focus is advocacy and protection of workers' rights. Thank you.
Very nice to have you, Council. Okay, I think, is that all? Yes? Oh, okay. Is that all?
Good morning. Yeah, speaking with Yamwin Peter. I work as a senior research fellow at Armas Africa in conjunction with Forum for Education NGO, FENU, where we research and then we inform policy as well as advocacy on the child-related issues.
Very nice to have you, Peter. We've done the introductions. I think we'll do a quick prayer. We'll skip the anthem for now because I understand our guest is on the way. Traffic issues, other issues. So let's have a quick prayer and then we'll proceed with our day's activities. Do I have a volunteer for a prayer? Looks like the RDC wants to volunteer, so bring the microphone to the RDC. The RDC is there. Thank you.
Let me take this blessing. And in the way that you respect God, you humble yourself, and we have a word of prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for a gift of life, and we want to thank you for our being here. You are our planner. You planned this, and you knew we would be here. I know the people who are here because we want them to be here. We are here to discuss, to deliberate for the good of your country. You created man and woman, and we are equal. So as we talk about the children, as we talk about this country, come and be the chair. We want to commit those who are on the road coming. Father, bring them safely. And I pray against every spirit of dozing. I pray against every spirit that meanders our mind, that, Father, let our mind be here. We concentrate, listen, come up with solutions that will help this country. I decree and declare that whoever is here, this place the same, they will go back with something that will impact in their community. I know you have heard us, even if we pray till tomorrow. This we have said it in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Yes, I can feel the energy going to Moroto already. Thank you very much. Let's have a message from WNCB, a global team. If we have that ready. Natalie? Yes, Natalie, please.
Good morning, honorable members of parliament, representatives of ministries, local governments, partners in the WNCB program, and distinguished guests. I am honored to welcome you here today on behalf of the Global Steering Committee of the Work No Child's Business Program. It is very, very here today in Uganda has been achieved in the program in 5 years' time. collaboration between all partners present here today is truly amazing. And the steering committee has very much appreciated all your efforts and your continued work towards realizing our shared objective of ending child labor. Together, along the way, you overcame many challenges, especially in times of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are not there yet. Globally, since 2020, the number of children worldwide trapped in child labor has increased for the first time in 20 years. Work No Child's Business has been an inspiration to many. You have come up with alternative activities, alternative forms of education, to make sure that children were not lost. And together, you've been building the social norm that no child should be left behind. Together, we have managed and achieved important results, and now the program is coming to an end, and that's why we're here today. I thank you so much for sharing your achievements here today and your inspiration with all of us. And I look forward to continue this collaboration and commitment from all of you. And I hope we will have a very fruitful and inspiring day together. And I would like to invite you all to welcome our friend and colleague, Ms. Sophie Ova. She is the Global Program Manager of Work No Child's Business. Unfortunately, she can't be with us today here, but she's calling in from the Netherlands. So I think this is the time to move over to the screen and see if we can welcome Ms. Sophie.
Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Deputy Ambassador of the Royal Netherlands Embassy, representatives of ministries, UN agencies, local government of Busia and Karamoja, partners in the WNCB, the Work No Child's Business Program, and other distinguished guests. I feel honored to bring you this video message today in this important event of closing the Work No Child's Business Program. We started this journey together 5 years ago, in 2019. And the aim of this program is to eliminate all forms of child labor and ensure that children can enjoy their right to quality education and future decent work. It has been quite a long journey where so many partners came together with the same passion and commitment to realize all children's rights. And throughout the years, we have faced many challenges and also saw opportunities to work together and make changes in the lives of these children and their families. We have very much appreciated all your efforts and your continued work towards realizing our shared objective. We remember that it has not always been easy, especially in times of the COVID pandemic that hit hard all the countries where we were working, because we were not only working in Uganda, the Work No Child's Business Program is also taking place in other countries, in Ivory Coast, in Mali, in Jordan, in India, Vietnam. So all over the world we have faced these challenges, and we have been hit hard by the COVID pandemic. In Uganda we have lost dear colleagues and friends. So this has been hard times for all of us, but we very much admired and appreciated your continued efforts to try and make the best for these children that were in need. We have come up with alternative activities, alternative forms of education to make sure that these children were not lost in worse forms of child labor or more hidden forms of child labor, but that we together were able to support and to continue to create an enabling environment where all people in the communities and all other organizations and actors work together to make sure that they can make the transition from work to school. And when schools reopened, we saw the huge influx actually, and also additional efforts done for these children that became child mothers during the pandemic. So even these girls that where now with children were allowed in the classrooms to continue their education. So together we have been building this social norm that no child should be left behind. Every child should be out of work and should enjoy his or her right to education. I think we have achieved very important results, both in Busia, both in Karamoja, especially in Karamoja, where we saw that the situation is very difficult. I had the honor to visit both Busia and Karamoja. I was very impressed by the work that is being done by all the partners together. And especially in Karamoja, we saw the hardship. We saw high numbers of malnutrition, high numbers of hunger. And this was of course discussed with the Work No Child's business program, but we also very much appreciate the support of all other actors at regional, district and national level to make sure that additional support is given to also support these families that are in these very vulnerable conditions. So together we have managed and achieved important results, and now the program is coming to an end. 5 years later, we can say that in these communities many more children are now in school. The school infrastructure has improved, teachers have been trained, there are child-friendly teaching methods. Parents also see the added value of education as compared to the short wins, the quick wins of child labor. So they see the longer perspective and work towards decent work for youth, for their children when they become adults. And I think as a country you have come so far. Also, Uganda has been a role model, a resource country for many other countries, because during the course of the Work No Child's business program, you had visitors from India, visitors from Côte d'Ivoire, visitors from Mali, so other partners within this program, within the Work No Child's business program, that came to visit Uganda, Karamoja, Busia. They have learned so much, and they are now implementing same strategies in their countries to also realize these important results and impact the lives of children and their families. So now that we have come to an end, I really want to encourage all of you to continue working together with the same passion, with the same commitment. We are not there yet. No? If we look worldwide child labor is increasing. But in these communities where we have been working, we can show that it is indeed possible to eliminate child labor, to bring children back to school, and to have brighter future perspectives for all children, as long as we all work together from the same conviction that no child should work and every child should be in school. So please continue working together and impact the lives of children and their families, bringing brighter future perspectives, bringing lives of dignity and hopes. And I think that we have come so far, and we can continue together to achieve many more important results. I really want to thank all partners and all other stakeholders that have been involved in this program. It's much appreciated, and I wish you all the best for the future. Thank you so much.
So, it's now time for the representatives from the program leads to present their remarks. So I would like to invite the WNCB country coordinator, and let me start with Nascent to come forward.
Thank you, Natalie. Let's have the coordinators speak to us.
I thought our coordinator was going to start. I wish to, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. the honorable members of parliament, the resident district commissioners, the district chairpersons, the chief administrative officers, community development officers, government officials, the representatives of the civil society organizations, the representatives of the communities in which we've been working, my colleagues of the WNCB team, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. My name is Juliet Wajega. I work with HIVOS, and I'm the country coordinator of the Work No Child Business Program. We are a team, a strong team of 5 organizations, and I'm just going to mention the organizations. You stand up, and later on the program leads will come to say something. So we are working with Save the Children colleagues. Kindly stand up for recognition. You need to see this strong team that has been behind the success of this. So since we have introduced yourselves, at least they can see you. A very strong and big team. And then the Stop Child Labor Partners, represented by NASCENT. NASCENT team, can you please stand up for recognition? Yes, that is also the strong team from NASCENT. Then we have Environmental Women in Action for Development in Busia. Can you also stand up, please? Margaret, where are the rest? Richard, where are you? You are there. Oh, great. Then we have UNATU, Uganda National Teachers Union. Lucy, the team from UNATU, please stand up and they see you. You want to come? Kindly, okay, you can just come in front, they see you very briefly. We don't have a lot of time. Oh, all of you. They see you quickly and then we move. I think since it's a close-out meeting, you never know, somebody can see you and fish you out for another job. Yes. So Save the Children, NASCENT. Yeah. So this is the team. Anna, would you like to join? They see you also. Yes. So this is the great team. And from HIVOS, I'm alone, but I work with my colleagues at the hub in Nairobi. We are also quite many. So this is the team. So kindly go back and take your seats. Yeah. So with this team and together with the local government, we've been working very closely with the local government. And I would like to really appreciate the local government for working closely with us, supporting us, guiding us, and also with the other line ministries, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Education. We've been really working very, very closely. And for that, we are so grateful. So we started this program in 2019. Sophie already gave a very good background with our goal of getting all children from child labor into quality education. And in our 3 districts of Busia, Moroto, and Nakapiprit, but also we had a lot of actions at the country level, national level. Together with my colleagues seated over there, the CSOs, we've been doing quite great work in the child labor response. So in this meeting, we'd like to share what we set out to do. Can you please flash the objectives, Joshua? What we set out to do, what we have achieved, and how we intend to take this forward. How do we scale up? How do we take what we have achieved? And we have a documentary and testimonies that you are going to hear that will tell it all. And you've already heard also from the room, some people also mentioning what we have achieved. And key among them, I'm just going to mention the high level outcomes we have achieved. So when we went to the communities of Karamoja, the mining communities, there were no schools, completely no schools. Children had to walk very many kilometers to school. So together with the local government, we've started community schools in Nanyidik, Nakiroro, in Moroto, and then Achirere in Nakapiriprit. But we have also started other schools in the other project villages. So my call to action over this is for the district, the local governments, to work with the Ministry of Education and all of us to see that these schools are coded and also become government aided, especially the 3 schools. We put up 3 classrooms, but would like your support such that we have the 7 classrooms. You give us teachers. And through this, I also want to appreciate the local government of Moroto and Nakapiriprit. They gave us qualified teachers on the payroll. But we need more teachers. Yes, you can clap for that. And of course, this also calls for the monies to be allocated to the districts. So our members of parliament who are here, we also request that you, when Nakapiriprit, Moroto, and also Busia, if they come to you and say, can you lobby for us for maybe an additional budget, we bank on you over that, please. Yeah, and then the second also key achievement we have achieved is over the community structures. We have been training the community mobilizers, parasocial workers, doing a lot of strengthening of the child protection systems. And we'd like to appreciate the local governments also. We've been working closely with them, and some of our parasocial workers were also trained on the curriculum of government, and would like all this, they should be absorbed into the system, and also a little resource for them to continue withdrawing children from those communities, such that our work is not undone. And also the labor officers, they need to be facilitated if they can be given something. But all this is around the budget. So we are really looking on to you as we exit to be able to continue playing some role in terms of financing, in terms of building the capacities of these communities. So we are again calling, this is a closed-out meeting, but we want you to really give support, and we continue sustaining these very key achievements. Then also around the schools, UNATU and the rest of us have done a lot of support in terms of training the teachers. We've trained them in the gender responsive strategies, SCREAM, and many others, and also following up children, supporting them at school. So later on we are going to hand over some of these items, but would like also the district education office, Madam Alice and my brother from Moroto, and also the Busia district education office. How do you continue this? How do we continue supporting the teachers? We have our motivational center teachers. How do we support them? So there are those very, very high-level achievements we have achieved and would like them to be sustained. Then around the private sector, we've done a lot, and I think you've seen some of the materials that we have shared with you. So we'd also like that book that you have with a green cover is for the local government to continue engaging with the private sector. The private sector has really been, we've been working very, very closely with them. most of them have committed not to continue having child labor in their premises and their work area, but of course they will need a bit of supervision and also working with them. So especially we already got commitment, like from Busia, the Busia team, Wagagai committed. Wagagai is one of the biggest mining companies. They committed to support our youth skilling center. So it's up to us also to follow up and work together with such that we sustain that. So we have trained the youth, and we have some youth skilling centers who would also like these ones to be supported. And many, many others. I think the laws, the bylaws, I want to appreciate the local government of Nakapiriprit, the chair, Mr. Nangiro, stand up. Yes. So we, together with the local government and the other leaders from Nakapiriprit, we did the Maurita bylaw, and it's out. We are going to hand over. But now the Maurita bylaw is for one sub-county. So we would like for you to move into the other sub-counties. You see, we want all children, through our area-based approach, every child in Uganda is entitled to education. So we would like, apart from the Maurita bylaw, can it be scaled up to all sub-counties in Nakapiriprit? Yeah. So I would like to hear that commitment from you. And then also Moroto, we have the Rupa bylaw. Chairperson, also you could stand up. Yes. So we also have the Rupa bylaw. So would it be possible, and it should be possible, that we also go to other sub-counties and we have the same bylaw such that every child in Moroto is out of child labor? And then to the members of parliament, we would like every child, the 6.2 children who are in child labor, how do we work together at policy level for children to be out of child labor and they access education? So there are many, many things. Also hunger, you saw in the video, is a key thing in Karamoja. We also had several actions during our last year's engagement. Very key recommendations were generated. How do we implement them? Children go to work because they're hungry. How do we have those school gardens? How do we have the communities supported to have food so that their children don't go to work? So those are all issues that we need to discuss. And then lastly, I'll end with this. In the recent parliamentary sitting in northern Uganda, of course people were not in for those sittings. Some were in for, some were not. But I think for us, the one of northern Uganda, there's a key outcome where the members of parliament moved a bill for children in Karamoja to have compulsory and free education. So for us as leaders from Karamoja, we need to also support and fire up all the systems such that it comes true. So, and I'm seeing Honorable Rocky coming in, very, very welcome. He seconded that bill. So we are so happy. I was talking about the bill you moved on free and compulsory education in Uganda. I mean in Karamoja, I'm sorry. But of course in Uganda would be good, but for Karamoja is where we want to begin. So we would like to appreciate you for doing that, but we want all the other MPs had already been engaged, your other two colleagues, would like you to push that bill to become an act, and we see children from Karamoja enjoying education out of the mines into school. So I would like to end here and call my colleagues, the program leads, also to say something, beginning with you, Anna. Welcome.
Thank you so much, our coordinator, Madame Juliet. And allow me to stand on the protocols that you have already established to be able to make my few remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I like an African proverb which says that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, but the next best time to plant a tree is now. So just in case you missed to plant a tree 20 years ago, you still have an opportunity to plant a tree now. And for us, when we talk about planting trees in this room, we are talking about investing in children. And Ascent RDO joined Work No Child Business Partners to invest in the young trees, children in Karamoja region. My name is Anna, Research and Development Organization Uganda. I ask my colleagues to rise at some moment. So NACENTers, please rise as we make our remarks. As we join hands with Work No Child's business partners, we appreciate the local governments of Moroto and Nakapipirit districts. You have been amazing. My colleagues, can we clap for these two local governments? Your unwavering support, your technical guidance, your selflessness, your overwhelming dedication is such resourcefulness that can in so many places in Uganda today. You have been an amazing Nakapiripiri and Moroto. Today, we have brothers, we have sisters in these two districts. When I meet Honorable Loki, I can easily say, oh, my brother. The other time we were joking, and he told me, I am coming, and I said, yes, we shall meet there. So my brother, and I was telling him, I'm going to campaign for you if you invite me. So, you know, it has been such a family that we have worked very closely together to a level where we become sisters and brothers. And I think the world should be like that we should be brothers and we should be sisters, and that makes us invest and support one another. We also want to appreciate the women, the men, the youth, and the children of Moroto and Nakapipirit, on whose firm and stable shoulders we held ourselves to rise and harvest the great outcomes and achievements that we are celebrating today. These men and women, these youth and children, stood against all odds and the strong forces against them, like hunger, starvation, COVID, insecurity, and so many others, to push for transformation that we are able to talk about today. Without these women and men and children and youth, wouldn't be here this morning to even celebrate. But they offered themselves, and against whatever challenges they had, we are able to celebrate this morning. By the way, our achievements in Moroto and Nakapipirit districts are a testament that Karamoja people are active agents. They are willing, they are ready to fight the different injustices that they face daily. When we are going to work in Karamoja, people are telling us, you know, there are very many challenges, but it has been very, very different. And we want to thank these women and men, children and youth. My colleagues, please, let us clap our hands for the people of Karamoja. And so as Work No Child Business comes to a close, we are hopeful that new opportunities are underway, and this is only the beginning. Like our manager, Sophie, has said, that we have come so far, and so far we are going to go. As Nascent RDO, we want to resound our commitment that our efforts are going to continue. We are still with you, and greater things are still ahead of us. Thank you very much. I invite my colleague, Margaret from EWAD, to add on. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I request that the other people contributing, let's keep it very short? Thank you.
Honorable guest of honor, honorable ministers and representatives of government, protocol observed. I'm here to thank you and very sincere, gratefully thank you all for coming here to be with us. We are calling it a close, but you never know, it could be an opening for more opportunities for us to serve. I want to thank the people of the 3 districts, Nakapiripirit, Moroto, and Busia district. I represent Environmental Women in Action for Development, whereby we have been implementing the project in Busia district. Busia district, we want to thank you for the support, for supporting the project, for embracing the project, where we have been able to work with you to achieve a lot for the lives of children, for protection of the children. We carried out various activities in this endeavor, but I would like, the biggest achievement is joining hands with all of you in your different capacities to join, to form an army to fight child labor and to have our children in school. I would like to appeal to you that what we have planted are seeds, and we would like you to water them so that they can germinate and grow. We established motivational centers in 3 schools, Bositema, Tira, and Amonikakine primary schools. We would like you to maintain the motivational centers. We established e-learning, electronic learning, which was an innovation that came from the challenges of COVID. But this has changed the whole aspect of learning. We had children learning in home-based. So next time we are faced with a challenge, we think these interventions will help a lot to keep the children learning. And that helped the children of Busia district learning. And we like you to appeal to you to replicate this in other sub-counties of Busia district and possibly in Karamoja districts. We established skilling centers, and the skilling center is the one located in Tira Town Council. We would like to appeal to you to maintain it. We shall later on hand over what we have, but I'm very happy to inform you that we registered this community-based skilling center with the Directorate of Industrial Training. And we have a certificate that we will give you, and this certificate will help you to strengthen the capacity of the center, of running of the center, and to remain in the community. This center has benefited the children much more than when they have go far away for training. Now most of them can walk to the training centers, and I'm very happy that the children in these centers are trainers themselves right now. The courses include tailoring, hairdressing, and motorcycle repairs. And the young people there are benefiting from motorcycle repairs because motorcycle is a hot cake in this country, and they are earning money. The tailors are earning money, the hairdressers are earning money, and they are now self-reliant. So for me, there are so many things. The carpenters, there are so many that we cannot enumerate all of them. We also planted 8 billboards in the 3 sub-counties of Bositema, Buteba, and Tira Town Council, and also in the Busia city, in the town. You've already seen one at the district, and one near the police, and the rest in Tira and Buteba. These are billboards, big and durable. We want to appeal to you to maintain them. They are with messages of eliminating child labor. Can we maintain them, and we continue to eliminate child labor together? I thank you so much, and thank you for allowing me to say a few things. We commend you for the good work done, and together we can change the lives of children in this hall, committing ourselves. All the protocols you see in the world started in a room like this. So please be strong, let's stand together and work for the children of this nation to have better lives than ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more? Is it one more, two more? Two more. Okay. Let's be brief. Let's keep this as brief as we can.
All protocols observed. My name again is Jocelyn Iriama. I work as a project manager for Work No Child Business and Save the Children. So I've been given 2 minutes, and I don't want to talk much because Juliet, Anna, and Margaret have already spoken much. Let me go straight. Save the Children has been, under Work No Child Business, has been working in 6 villages, 3 per district, that is Moroto and Akapriprit. We've also were able to withdraw 2,206 youth and children from child labor, and we supported them with psychosocial support and vocational skills. We also were able to train 233 youth, and of those, 192 are now currently employed in businesses in both Moroto and Akapriprit. Under this same Work No Child Business, we were also able to lobby the local government to post teachers to code schools and also to create access roads. For example, in Lokeruman, if we all know Lokeruman village in Akapriprit, it did not have an access road. So currently we have an access road to that village. And also we lobbied for bridge construction, which is in plan for this financial year 2024-2025. We were also able, through the Child Rights Business Principles training, we were able to get support from Toro Cement to support in the social corporate responsibility, where they were able to construct a 2-classroom block at Kosiroy. And then also they were able to give a wall fence to Kosiroy Seed Secondary School, where they were able to offer scholarships to 10 students at university level. And then also we've been able to support in the registration of the Tsano minors groups. And currently we're able to register 12 across the 2 districts. And in these groups, we have 15 members each. And also, lastly, we've been having, we supported 4 outstanding mining associations in Utut, that is in Akapriprit, where upon their request, we supported them with protective gear to support them in their mining. And we offered gumboots, reflector jackets, raincoats, among all elements. And with those few remarks, I want to welcome UNATU to also add some of the achievements that we've been able together as partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. When you speak last, you end up repeating yourself, but all protocol observed. My name again is Lucy Akajo. I work for Uganda National Teachers Union for Karamoja region. A lot has been said by my colleagues, and you know we've been working as a team in different engagements. For now, UNATU has been covering all the schools in the 2 districts and the sub-counties that we have been designated to work as per the description of the project. We were working in 27 schools, and we had to have a union engagement for our teachers, our children, and any other. We supported teachers with the SCREAM training. We had gender responsive training. We trained SMCs and PTA members on their roles to play. We had back to school campaigns in all the communities of our operations. We had tracking and referral. We trained teachers to always be concerned and be conscious of the children that report from the gold mining areas, and make sure that they are at school, they study and complete school. And if a child misses school, a teacher should be in position to follow. We had a classroom environment training. We had to train our teachers and support them to improve the classroom such that when a child comes from the gold mining area, is able to make a difference between a classroom and a gold mining area. We had a door-to-door campaign during COVID-19. We didn't stay back waiting for COVID to end. We conducted that for our children in our communities. Recently, we had ICT training, which was a bit interesting, that some teachers had never even touched the laptop or computer, but we trained them, and at least they are never the same. We've been having community sensitization meetings, convincing our parents to give us children. And indeed, out of various engagements, our people, as you are aware that when we started that project, we've been moving with our district stakeholders, and you'll find a parent in the community says, I have 5 children, but I'm giving you 2. The rest are going to be with them. But eventually, they were able to give us our children. We also conducted exchange visits. We had to take our teachers out of Karamoja. We took them to Zombo to make to compare, because they say Karamoja is difficult to be there. But we had to take them somewhere, and they see that challenges are everywhere, but you have to be resilient in order to come out of them. We also supported our schools with the scholastic materials. We gave our children, especially the needy children, and the teachers were the ones handling, distributing those materials. We also supported the co-curricular activities with balls, ropes, to engage these children not to be bored at school. And then recently, we procured instruments that we are going to give out to all our 27 schools. Yeah, a lot has been mentioned, and I want to urge our stakeholders who are here, our representatives from Parliament, who have been with us from nothing to where we are now, that please take on our commitments. We shall always be there in various levels. UNATU is not about to leave Karamoja. We are there for our teachers, and we shall always work together. I say this in my country. Thank you.
When I moderate discussion like this, that clap is not acceptable. We either do it properly or we don't do it. So can we give a proper appreciation to the people just spoken to us? Do you hear that thing called showers and thunderstorms? The weatherman on TV. That the weather will have Can we give a big appreciation to this lady spoken to us, please? Pardon? Someone wants to do it.
So when I say asante sana, we clap 3 times. Then I may say ongeza tena. So asante sana, yongeza tena.
Thank you very much. I will learn how to say thank you in Ngakar Mahjong, and I'll do it well. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're still receiving this report, one, the call to action is clear. What is required of the people in this room? When Natalie spoke and Juliet spoke, some people expressed some worry. I think Kao was worried, RDC, Member of Parliament, people are worried that the program is coming to an end. But the call to action is that you've been started off, so it is your responsibility as leaders of these communities to make sure that the program grows. You have 3 classrooms, you need to grow them to 7. You have primary section, you have a responsibility to grow to secondary and beyond. We have some members of parliament who joined us. I'd like to give our honorable members another opportunity, even for those who had introduced themselves, to reintroduce themselves, because we might have, you may not be with us for the whole time. Let's hear from you, hear from your side what you commit to do to take this program further.
I'm called Wafula Ouma, and I'm representing the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And the reason why she picked on me is that she saw some of the issues come from Busia and where I happened to originate. As she was introducing to me the topic, I said, I've never seen them there. I don't know whether they have ever been there, because actually Busia is one of the most poorly performing in education. And I wonder if we have this, and I have seen my cow, maybe they are keeping them in Busia town, but not taking them to, I don't know where in Busia town, but not in the peripherals. Thank you very much. I will talk here as the permanent secretary, but back home, I am a principal human resource officer in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
I think we need to give a hand clap for that, because that is very important for us, for the purposes of this end program. We have the Member of Parliament from Busia. We have big representation from Busia. Let's find out how we scale this up now that this phase is coming to an end. Yes. Honorable Macho, have you seen these guys somewhere in Busia?
Yeah,
PS
sure.
doesn't know.
Sure, in Buana PS, I have seen these people in Busia district, but not in Samiabugwe South, not Samiabugwe Central, not Busia municipality, because those areas I'm mentioning don't have problems of child labor. But I see them in Tira, in Busitema, and Buteba doing a very wonderful job.
Thank you. Buana PS, what the MP is saying is...
the fact I request them to help and come even to my constituency, Busia municipality, because of the good job we have done in Buteba, Tira, and Busitema. You're welcome to Busia municipality, because I have also children.
Yes. Buana PS, what the MP is saying, the primary job belongs to you as government. These people are doing support. So if they are not yet there, you get contact before you leave and consult with the PS. No, just a moment. Let's do the introductions. We will not start the debate now. We have someone who had to introduce themselves? Yes, Honorable. Yes.
Thank you very much. I salute everybody, all the participants here present. My name is Loki John Baptist. I'm the Member of Parliament from Matheniko County in Moroto District. I am a beneficiary directly and indirectly of the work of the partners under child rights. And I'm very happy to be here, to be associated with this workshop. And I think at the right time, we will be making our commitments as political leaders at the national level. So for now, I'm glad to be part of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, sir? You had introduced yourself, but I know you had. Okay, for anyone else who joined us later, we're still serving tea. Please feel free to pick a cup of tea, pick some breakfast. But we're glad that PS, you're here. That your PS sent you here means it is important that we are meeting and you meet all these people. Let's exchange ideas. Let's see who needs to do what to carry the program forward as this phase comes to an end. We have a very short documentary. Did you have some remarks you wanted to make specifically for the PS? Principal? Maybe later. Later, thank you. Yes, because you're on program. We have a short documentary that summarizes the work that's been going on. So let's have that, if it's ready, the technical people. Do you have it? Yes. Okay. Let's start rolling. It's very short.
Since 2009, a consortium of 4 organizations in Uganda have been implementing the work No Child's Business, WNCB, Project in Busia and Karamoja. The WNCB Uganda program partners include HIVOS, Uganda National Teachers Union, Environmental Women in Action for Development, Save the Children, and Nascent Research and Development Organization, NRDO.
When this program was launched in 2019, we thought we wouldn't even get a breakthrough in reaching the communities. We were actually scared that the communities would not take up the project, that they don't value education.
Because for us in Karamoja, when you grow up, they expect you as a child to be hardworking. So for them, they think all the work that is available in the community is commensurate with your child.
To our surprise, when we reached the communities, they welcomed us. We started working with them using our area-based approach on the norm change and the value of education.
Because it was a 5-year project, we shared a lot and we gave them our view. They strengthened the partnership, which was something so great. And I can assure you that they've done tremendous work.
Funded by the Dutch government through HIVOS, the implementing partners have undertaken a number of activities in Karamoja and Busia to end child labor.
Our children used to have problems, most especially coming to school. Attendance have been poor because they could always go for mining.
In the communities of Acherere, Nandik, and Nakiror, there were no schools at all in those communities. For instance, in Acherere, a kid had to walk over 21 kilometers to the nearest school, and so most parents opted to have their children go to the mines instead of going to school. They donated land, and we've actually, together with them and the local communities, we put up community schools.
Nakiloro, 6 acres of land. Acherere, 5 acres of land for the school. And they're even willing to give an addition for gardening for this community school.
So the children are no longer at the sites, they are now in school.
Jokia yo kana bunira lo school anya anka koni na la mude umusia da anya ngkodi malimo anya apa kana anya na ba ngo tandanga alimono tandona umusia da lo re ba ko potulo school azo mada dan hotere anya tu epitele jerere kaidikin akiyak nyata.
You know, for us as a district, all those are supposed to be our mandate, but at times we are handicapped because of resources. As I talk now, they have schools they are working with, whereby they have put motivation centers in those schools. And when those centers are there, it gives the children more hope to remain in school.
The activities have involved key rights holders who are now actively advocating against child labor.
We have seen some of them beginning to engage to be ambassadors and advocates of Stop Child Labor, and also encouraging that children are protected, children remain in school.
And we use force to take all the children to school. And the government should give free education and dormitories and come back to school. That's how we should do it.
So we are going to use this Article 32 to be able to do our advocacy. The issue of boarding of schools, we have noticed most of the schools, especially community schools, are not coded.
So as government, we are doing our best to discourage acts of engaging children into such acts. Then too, we are trying to sensitize the parents on the need to take their children to schools.
That's why you realize that one sub-county like Lotisan came up with an initiative, first of all, to avoid young children from carrying charcoal, from carrying firewood, but to organize most of them to get to school.
Except these schools are not yet in the hands of government. They are community schools who have done, as education department, who have submitted these schools for coding at the ministry.
We have done mobilization to mobilize children out of the mines, from the motivation centers to the skilling centers. And it is a continuous process that we are still doing.
Without education, you cannot stand that you want to be a president. For example, our president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, he speaks fluent English. That is why he's a president. Education opens ways of employment, yet you are supposed to first learn.
Through the area-based approaches, child protection systems have been strengthened by actively engaging community mobilizers, parasocial workers who play a key role in following up children and withdrawing them as means to creating child labor-free zones, both in Karamoja and Busia district. The program has been key in the advocacy for effective policies against child labor.
We have been able to create awareness as an organization on child labor, child rights, and value of education. We have been able to engage private sector, business communities, local government, and also working with ministry officials, especially Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
They've also strengthened our sub-counties on the area of system strengthening. And we've tried in a number of times to popularize these bylaws and also do the enforcement of these bylaws.
While in Busia district, a draft by law against the infamous Disco Matanga is in the offing. When the WNCB project first opened its doors in Busia and Karamoja, it brought hope and opportunity.
Because now the person who was desperate is now earning and is now training others. So we feel very proud. They can start their own companies, and that any job, once you do it well, you'll become successful.
The reason why we had to transform from vocational to community-based is to increase the number of youths who can benefit from the youth skilling, looking at the demand that was there before.
Despite a 2 years lockdown in Uganda, out of the ashes of uncertainty, new initiatives began to sprout.
Each teacher had to engage children from his locality, and from there children felt like there was no big gap, that they are doing nothing at home. When the schools opened, the enrollment was so high, higher to the extent that even in the schools we didn't have enough classrooms. Many were learning under the trees.
Carol Ajalot, a teenage mother, was rescued from the gullies of Tira gold mines in Busia, where she was laboring to fend for her then 3-month-old baby.
If it wasn't Edward, I could not be the person I am now. I could be still in the mines, hidden there, but I left the mines. I trained for catering. After that course, that is when I decided to join teaching.
She had dropped out of school due to pregnancy, affected by COVID, and chased away from home by parents.
The performance of Work No Child business, according to me, because I've been involved in this project right from the inception. In fact, the rating is, to me, is over 90%.
Through WNCB's support to village savings and loan scheme associations, the youth and women have got a new hope.
Nimani kusevinga namalante mubati habo masasi kuna holiday hanti ho mudara neno nima na tahonde ha ahatowa ha mami wange na nyaba amu naba na umaone semba au mbao ne nano kale necha nawo nati nanu sai mbandi kukonia ho omutwalo ngonia ho zina nanu simbo na ho ndo mulimo kwacho niyo holati hani ule hoyo mwana afuna mukisa kuno ko musomese nyokuula ho hanu akubade myaka naye ngadati hadi ule ho ukofu aho hasomese ho hulo basai ngonya henia.
Communities and groups have been empowered to start up livelihoods that are going to grow their incomes. And if everyone takes responsibility, then we can have all children go to school.
Any project that is meaningful should have the trickle-down effects which remain behind. So this project has created a very big change in the community.
So we are working together. Each one of us has a contribution towards our achievement. Because, for example, NASCENT is at the household level, mobilizing the parents to bring the learners to school. So for us, our efforts have been so much on targeting teachers, school management committees, and the other stakeholders at that level. So I must thank all for their support towards the project, without which we would not have outcomes that we are celebrating now.
I feel very proud to see that the young people we have trained are now trainers.
These communities where we went and found that children are not even in school, they don't know anything of school. Right now, if you went there, they are able to welcome you in English.
And so, the chapter closes, not in silence, but with the echoes of resilience, perseverance, and the power of community.
Yes, we've learned a lot with this project, and I know, yes, the aspect of sustainability will be there.
Do you not need a big hand clap for that? Buena PS, when you speak to your colleague PS in the Ministry of Education, there is need to code the schools that Work No Child's Business has helped establish in those areas. That's a direct request that Work No Child's Business is asking of you as the senior government representative here. So collaboration between yourself, members of parliament, district leaders at local government level will be critical to take this project to the next step. That was the documentary. We need to get a little bit more. So WNCB, lead, could you help us, comms lead? Could you come and share with us a little bit more of what you've been doing as we do this endline assessment, assessments and exhibition? WNCB? Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. Can you join me to welcome the Honorable Minister? The Honorable Peter Lokeris. You're most welcome, sir. I propose that in standing so that we sing to the national anthem. Do we have the national anthem, or are we singing it ourselves? We can. We are safe, we'll only sing the one stanza, the first stanza, because when we sing more than one stanza, we'll be in trouble. Yeah? Do we sing? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Ee Mungu twaomba unilinde, jumu
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. Take your seat. Gentlemen and ladies, take your seat. We hear from WNCB. Please.
All protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name once again is Harono Caroline. I'm the male lead for the consortium Work No Child Business program, as well as Emil is monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning coordinator under Save the Children organization. You have this booklet with you. It's the time now that we look through it. We happen to have done a series of evaluations within the program to check whether we are achieving our intended objective. I'm happy to say that through the various assessments we have conducted, we're able to achieve strides compared from the time we started the program. WNCB is a program that is operating in 3 districts, as already mentioned, and we are not in the whole district. Due to resources, we find that we are limited. We operate in few villages, in a few sub-counties, in a district. That's why you'll find that in Moroto, we are not in the whole district. Either is it Nakapriprit or Busia. So you'll find that we are in 2 sub-counties in Moroto, that is Tapach and Rupa. Nakapriprit, we are also in 2 sub-counties, and that is Morita and Tokora. And then in Busia, we are in 3 sub-counties, that is Busitema, Tira, and Buteva. So with that, I'm happy to applaud the team, together with the support from the district government, to achieve these results. We did a baseline at the start of the program. We did a midterm as well. We have been doing tracer studies for some indicators. We also did an end line for the program. In the end line, to just give a snapshot, we did a tracer study for a few indicators to trace our beneficiaries from where we picked them and where they are now. We also did a household survey where we had to cluster villages, and this we did in the whole district. And we did this because at impact level, we are contributing to sustainability, to the Sustainable Development Goal 8.7. So we wanted to check whether we are actually contributing to the impact of children and youth are free from child labor and enjoy their rights to quality education and future decent work, hereby contributing to SDG 8.7. Allow me to say we achieved. Allow me to say we achieved 5% in terms of a decrease in the number of children engaged in child labor, from 56% at baseline to 51% at the end line. Please, applause to the program. You may wonder, you may say it is a small percentage. Members, this is a big percentage for us. Even 1% reduction is worth celebrating. In terms of number and percentage of children enrolled and attending school, members, we had an increment of 7.3% that is from 71.6% at baseline to 78.9% at end line. Please, applause to that team. In terms of the percentage of young adults aged 18 to 24 in decent employment, we're very specific here in terms of age. As WNCB, we are looking at a certain age category that we are supporting. So in terms of 18 to 24 in decent employment, we contributed 15% improvement from 30% at baseline to 45% at end line. Please. I'm one person who likes a lot to appreciate however small contribution we make. So if I request for people to clap, please. I request you, this is our closing workshop, and really, really, let's appreciate ourselves. In terms of the outcomes, we also had outcomes that help us to achieve the impact. So in terms of the outcomes, number of children that face a high risk of child labor, we noted a 5% decrease from 60% at baseline to 55% at end line. The number and percentage of former working children attending school, 87% of former working children are currently attending school. These are children, remember, they're working in what? In the mines. They're in for child labor. So ideally, this is a great achievement thanks to the government, thanks to consortium partners. The dropout rate in the final year of primary school, we recorded 26% reduction in the dropout rate among children in the final year. This is a positive impact in terms of accessibility to education. Number of families that developed new self-consumption and all IGAs are income-generating activities that do not include child labor. We have 94% of families have currently developed new self-consumption activities, and these are associated to the VSLS, Village Saving Loans Associations, and we have recorded 47% of families currently that have developed new IGAs, the income-generating activities that do not involve child labor. Finally, under outcome 3, private sector taking full responsibility for preventing and addressing child labor. I'm happy to say there's a lot we have done with the private sector in terms of the CRBP component. We have 34% overall improvement in labor conditions among land and factory workers. So the factory workers' working conditions have improved ideally. This was not the case before. We had stories that are really touching. Some of them were working under very hazardous conditions, but those conditions have now improved, and this is the final result of that. In terms of outcome 2, where government takes full responsibility to enforce the laws, the policies, here we have been playing a facilitatory role to support the governments, and we have seen the government doing a great job. And with that, allow us to applaud to the government, please. In terms of the law, we have enacted laws. So ideally, under this outcome, when you go to the last page, it is actually one way. This was the methodology we used in assessing the qualitative indicators under outcome 2, because ideally it was more of narrations, yeah? So I'll not read all. They're there for you. When you have time, please, you can read through them. These are the great, great stories and change stories that were harvested since the program started. And we are proud to say that we have achieved a number of milestones under outcome 2. We have now your emails. We have the bigger reports. We are going to share with you those reports in case you need more details on all these indicators. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can you give a bigger round of applause to Karono? Honorable Minister, I think this would be a good time for you to launch us off as we come to this end line assessment, end line of this project. You're most welcome, sir. I know you've been following this project, so I have not given you highlights of what has been discussed in the morning. You've been very close to some of these issues.
The country reps of various institutions present, all the attendees, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to apologize for coming late. The problem was I was in Nairobi last night, and the plane which was supposed to bring us early delayed, and ushered me in at 4 a.m. I went, I thought I was okay, but I found I had slept. Then before that, I realized there was a meeting for me. So that's why I've come at this time. So it was not deliberate. I hate at times being late in anything. I want to do things very fast and continue. So pardon me for that. Thank you. Dear friends, the child's business, the work which we say no child's business, it means ours, program, is an alliance of Save the Children, UNICEF, Netherlands, and the Stop Child Labor Coalition. The impact that the alliance aims to achieve is that children and youth are free from child labor and enjoy their right to quality education and future decent work. We use the area-based approach combined with the supply chain approach. The program is supported by Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs and is being implemented in Côte d'Ivoire, India, Jordan, Mali, Vietnam, and Uganda. In Uganda, the implementing partners are Save the Children, Uganda National Teachers Union, UNATU, Environmental Women in Action for Development, NASCENT, and EVOS, in close collaboration with the local governments of the implementing districts of Moroto, Nakapripret, and Busia, and the line government ministries. The project will be closing at the end of 2024. This is very unfortunate. When I'm just entering here, is when you are saying you are closing. If there was a way of reopening, and I had that chance, I would say later it open. I'm actually 5 months old in Ministry of Karamoja, and when I read it, I said yes, because I've worked with UNICEF and others even before. And especially when I was in a Ministry of Education, very many years back. You will say, which are those years? I was a Minister of State in charge of primary education from 2009 to it was from 2006 to 2009 when I went to Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, where I've been on and off. I would go there, they take me somewhere else. Short days, I come back. Until now, they have said, you go home. You know, I am a native of Karamoja, so they say, go to Karamoja and stay there. I said, yes, since I'm old, it is better I go there. Since 2019, WNCB has withdrawn and prevented children from child labor and supported them enroll in school, as well as making schools more child-friendly and accessible. Used to gain skills for decent employment, contributed to child protection system strengthening, enhancement of the capacity of community structures to address child labor, enhance the economic conditions of the project communities, influence policy, worked closely with the private sector in the mining sector. Maybe in the mining sector, then it means you must have been with me, because I've stayed there for over 15 years. Towards responsible business conduct, among others. Tangible results that have been registered, and we would like to share and celebrate these great achievements with you as key stakeholders. Child labor constitutes a gross violation of children's fundamental rights, as it is exploitative and detrimental to the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of children. It denies children the opportunity to develop their knowledge and skills for lifelong learning through education and training. The fight against child labor is critical for sustainable development in Uganda. The recent HUBOS National Labor Force Survey 2021 revealed that 6.2 million, that's 40% of the 15.7 children aged 5 to 17 years were in child labor, excluding those doing household work. So those you have employed in your villages, in your houses, were not counted. The government of Uganda recognizes child labor as a major challenge to the sustainable development of the country, and hence, the elimination of child labor remains one of the top priorities. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is commended for developing a national action plan on the elimination of child in the country. The government of Uganda has ratified ILO conventions and put in place policies to promote access to education. The universal primary education, universal secondary education, and we should take advantage of this and support children to go to school. For Karamoja, the members of parliament moved a bill during the recent regional parliamentary sitting in northern Uganda on having free and compulsory education in Karamoja. And they would like the Karamoja to be given a real affirmative action. As members of parliament from Karamoja and other well-wishers, we need to ensure that the bill is passed so that all the children in Karamoja enjoy their rights of education. Parliament has passed the bill, and once the bill is passed, it goes for the signature of the president. That's the final person. And I know this president has been advocating for free compulsory education. So before he even signs, I know what his thinking is. He's very serious about this matter. I would like to commend the members of parliament who really talked seriously about these matters. And when they were talking, I did give my testimony myself. All these members of parliament you see here, they escaped from the villages and ran to school. And if they were not for the goodness of those were missionary schools those years, if those people were not there to give these people free boarding education, they will not be here. And if I give you mine, it may be funny, but that's how it was. One morning, my father tells me, those years they were paying taxes, what they call poll tax. He tells me, let's drive this bull to the market. It was about some 40 kilometers away. So he said, help me to drive the bull. So I was driving the bull. We came and slept near a certain place in Ablatuk. Then in the morning, we set off for the market so that we go there early. But as we were walking, I looked around, and I saw a school called Chegretoli. I saw small children, very many there. Of course, I didn't know that there were schools also. Some of them called schools. I said, Daddy, what is that? Why are the children assembled there? There are too many. What are they doing there? My father told me that that is a school. I said, what is a school? He said, it is where, when those children grow up, they will be able to drive vehicles. I said, those ones which are running along roads. He said, yes, that's good. What else? He said, there will be big men like chiefs and so on, like those who are telling us now to bring these bulls to sell so that we pay. Even these ones come from here. He said, yes. Even those ones who are working and giving medicine when you go to a clinic. And I thought, this is a very good thing. Then I asked him, supposing I want to come here one day, will you accept? He said, yes, I have no problem. So we want to sell the bull. For me, I was now thinking. Then Father, he told me, when those people go in the evening to the houses, they drink tea. But he used sometime to call us. And when he was visited in the morning, he was having milk, and there was something white he was pouring to the milk. And they became sweet. Then you will taste, this is very good. And he said, this is the tea. I said, man, these ones here, when they finish, In the future, they will drink tea the way at times you drink. He said, yes. That now took my mind. I said, no. I must come here so that I work, I drink tea in the evening. That is what brought me to school. So I went there, I asked him, now, why don't we go to school so that I go and start reading? He said, no, you wait another day. When he refused, I ran away myself. I took off what he was saying. Then he followed me, found me there. When he found me at school, called him master, said, ask this boy, does he want to study? I said, I want to study. You told me. Then he said, okay, if that's the case, you go. You teacher, look after him. When he plays around without doing what you want, you beat him. He said, look at this one. Now he has sold me again to be beaten. But that is how I came. So are all these people. If those things were not there now, if those ones are buried, others are still behind, why don't we open that window? So that we get those who are recruited to go and steal cows, to come and study, so that in the future they are like me. And so others. I'm seeing Chairman here. All these ran away from their homes. You see that one near you there, from Tepes, descended from the mountain, down, running. And he's now a member of parliament.
He has never told us like that.
Appreciation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands for the financial support. That has enabled the partners, that's IVOS, UNATU, EWAD, Nascent and Save the Children to implement a project that has withdrawn children from child labor, particularly from the mines, and re-enrolled them into school. You know, there in Karamoja, now gold is there, limestone is there, plus other minerals. You find children digging very hard around stones to look for these things. And it is good you came and you have taken them to rent their mind to say, you study, you will be better than being here. A big thank you to the WNCB Consortium for the great work in Moroto and Busia. Though the challenge of child labor persists, we need to address the root causes of child labor. The WNCB team is commended for working with the local governments of Moroto, Nakapiripiri, and Busia. You see, though I cover the whole of the area, the district name here is where I come from. Which one has the longest name? Eh? How about Nakapiripiri? Which most of you are unable to even pronounce. The Rupa bylaw, Morita bylaw, the Disco Matanga bylaw, respectively, to develop and disseminate bylaws on the child protection, to strengthen child labor protection systems and other actions at the school level and in communities. I also commend WNCB team for mobilizing actors to respond to the food security concern. I was privileged to attend a recent dialogue on improving food security as a means of addressing child labor and promoting education last year, November, at the Sheraton Hotel. Very good recommendations were generated, and I want to urge all the responsible persons their commitments. production officers to work closely with the district education office for school farming to be implemented. The local governments across the country should prioritize the response to child labor and allocate budgets to this effect to be able to play a key role in ending child labor in Uganda. The area-based approach, where all stakeholders play a key role in eliminating child labor, should also be adopted by the national and local governments. As a legislator and part of cabinet, together with my colleagues, I pledge to continue lobbying for increase in capitation grants, adequate qualified teachers, and a friendly school environment. Considering the current situation with the rising numbers of children engaged in child labor, genuine solutions to child labor in agriculture and in the mining sectors should initially focus at improving children's living conditions, ensuring access to institutional and legal support to protect them from the harm and exploitation. This could entail building and enhancing institutional capacity and setting up concrete measures to end child labor, advocating and implementing the ordinances on child labor and their enforcement, greater awareness and raising and sensitization for changing social attitudes, and providing support to households to improve their incomes, food security, and diversify their livelihood opportunities to make children see no reason for work. The NRM government is committed to having children out of child labor to enjoy their rights to education and future decent work. Just as I said, government has, even before members of parliament raised the issue of compulsory free and boarding education, government was already discussing about it, and I have no doubt that this will be promoted, joining your ideas and so on, find a comfortable area with the government. With this, I declare our seminar open. Thank you very much.
Can you give another big round of applause to the Honorable Minister? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Peter Lokeris. I think we're a bit lucky because you've served in the critical ministries that this project has been working on. You served in the Ministry of Minerals. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are going to have that conversation now, because now we are coming to you as government to say how do we sustain it, because the support from the partners is come to an end. How do you support us to keep it going, support those people, those children in Karamoja? Someone wanted to help with the Asante Sana salute. Yes, there's a microphone somewhere. Yes, my microphone is somewhere on this table.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us on a very special note to thank our minister for what he has delivered. So we say, Asante Sana. Yongeza tena.
Thank you very much. Now that we officially opened, Honorable Minister, we're still counting on you to give remarks to close the program because it's coming to an end. So we hope that you'll still be with us. We're going to run through the next items on our agenda rather quickly. Can I have from the rights holders, testimonies? Kindly keep them brief, summarize, so that we're able to run through this as quickly as possible. Then we will go to the handover after that, and then we'll continue with the program to make sure that we're done by 2 o'clock. Join me to welcome amidst us Mr. Philbert Baguma from Uganda National Teachers Union. He joined us somewhere during as we were proceeding. Mr. Baguma, you're most welcome. That's not very encouraging, eh? You know, teachers, you do them with care. Okay.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Karamoja Affairs, honorable members of parliament present, RDCs, LC5s, DOs, CDOs, UNIT officials, stakeholders, and all the consortium of Work No Child Business. Honorable Minister, allow me to thank the consortium of Work No Child Business for initiating this program of getting out the children out of the mine sites and the provision of shelters to the places where they have been working with, and also having community engagement in the mining sites to make these children come out of the mines. Guests of honor, sir, allow me to testify some of the activities the consortium of Work No Child Business has been doing. They have been providing with the schools with the scholastic materials. You know, these children have been coming to school with no books. So after the teachers are teaching, they could not write, but the consortium was able to provide with the scholastic materials for these learners. Then the other one, the consortium has been training the school management committees and the PTAs on their roles and responsibilities to sensitize the parents to bring back their children to school and also mobilize children to be in these learning centers. And above all, they train teachers on classroom management and tracking learners' attendance, because sometimes these children could come to school and in some centers there were no food. They could come and attend and they go back to their mining sites. But that initiative was done and the teachers were able to continue tracking their learners' attendance. And also the senior women teachers and the senior man teachers were trained on the menstrual hygiene and management, whereby now these children, most especially the adolescent girls, they know how to make what we call reusable pads. The other one also, we have been trained on ICT skills, whereby some of us who are not acquainted with the ICT, you know, when they were training, some people were fearing to touch the mouse, but in that training, they were able to make it. Now, will be our commitments, because now the project is coming to an end. So for us teachers, we are committed to continue engaging community and also networking with relevant stakeholders in the act of elimination of child labor. Then the other one is we are committed to continue tracking learners' attendance and also teachers' attendance, because you may continue tracking for learners and the teachers are not there. Who will teach these children? And the other one, we are also committed to continue guiding and counseling both the parents and these children to make sure that these children continue coming to school, learn, and complete. Guests of honor, sir, I would like to thank our members of parliament most especially Mr. Dr. Loki John Baptist. He created recently 2 community schools of Loki Silei and in Nataparaguangan, and he even gave them the uniform, over 1,000 children. Then the other one, Honorable Member of Parliament, Kidepo Pupu is one of the coded schools in the Moroto district. It has been coded, but I'm not seeing any money. And I don't see the reason as why it was coded, and the money has not been allocated. So I'm blessed here. We have our members of parliament present. Go and continue pressing the button for that school which has been what? Coded. And the other one, the issue of sustainability. So the project has gone. How are we going to sustain schools which our work no child business has been what? Operating on. So, and above all, I would like to thank this SMC chairperson, Nanyidik. He was able to give easy land to that community where the school is now constructed. So, and he's present with us there. Thank you, sir. I say this for God and my country.
Thank you very much. The next test, you keep it as standover protocol. Yes? Okay. The youth.
Protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm so pleased to stand before you to give a testimony. I was being neglected by my parents. I was not taken care, nor paid fees, but I had a passion of education. And after I was being neglected, I followed my mom to the mining centers of Nakabat, where the life was so hard there. Imagine going 200 feet down the ground and then something like 10 kilometers ahead, burrowing the ground just like a squirrel, looking for gold. And it was unfortunate that I could lose friends, relatives in the mining site, whereby the ground could collapse down and bury them down there. It was hard. So when Save the Children came and other people, they came and they picked me in the mining area, and other children also, other youth, were taken for a skilling job. I went and I did welding and metal fabrication in a technical school under Work No Child's Business, that is Save the Children. I'm so glad that Sagal Kathy and Joseph, Mr. Kodet, were my coordinators. And when they took me for this training, I was glad that I finished this vocational training, and I did well. After finishing the vocational training, Save the Children was able to give us startup kits, give, let me say, welding kits for my side, that is a welding generator and other equipment, that I was able to start on a small business of my own, not depending on my parents or any other person. And I was able to raise some funds to take me back to school since I dropped out of school one time back, that is in senior one. I dropped out of school because I didn't have school fees. I didn't have accommodation. I didn't have something to eat. So I went to the mines to look for the money to help me. And after Save the Children helped me to go for this training and get the skill, I was able to go back to school. And right now, as I speak, I am in senior 5. That is in Moroto High School. I want to thank Save the Children so much for helping other members also outside there. Not me alone, but there are also others that the organization helped who are just like me. The skill has been so useful to me. It has helped me a lot, and it has helped the community at large. It has helped me go back to school, and then it has helped the community also access a welder. Before, there was no welder in Rupa sub-county. They used to take their equipments, their work to town, travel some good kilometers, but now I am stationed in Rupa sub-county where I am a welder, and I'm also training some other young youth to be like me. I am training them in welding and metal fabrication. They are in my workshop working. So, I want to say again that the skill has helped the community. The skill has helped the community to achieve more skills, just like I have got a skill. Because when they see me and they reflect the background and the life I've been living before with them in the mines, it was hard. But when they saw me go back to school, and when they saw me coming back with startup kits and the skill, when they saw me working, they were impressed. Many of them came to me saying that, we would like to be like you. So I really encourage Save the Children and other organizations to keep on helping other youth outside there, because it looks very hard to be in the mines. It is really, really very hard. And it is unfortunate that I'm hearing that the program is coming to the closure, and it is sad on my note. Before I was on the mining site, they came and they picked me and they took me for vocational training, but now it is sad that it is closing. It is paining my heart. I feel like it should continue so that other youth will come out of those mines and go back to school so that they can help their families and we build a better Uganda. Thank you so much for God and my country.
Thank you very, very, very much for that testimony. I think right there you see the impact of this project over the last 5 years and what more needs to be done. Can I invite the following people? I'll give each one of you maximum 3 minutes. Please, 3 minutes. Luca? Luca? Huh? No, you're already here? Okay. William? Yes, William. 3 minutes.
Protocol officer. I'm called by name Lukuri William. Community mobilizer, Nanyidik Village, Rupa Sub-County. I thank this project for coming to our village. By then, I was a warrior, raider, but when this project came into our village, it changed my mind. They took me to the training of being a mobilizer because I went to school for some time. They told me that, have you reached to some level? I told them my parents took me, but I stopped in O level. So I decided to work with them hand in hand with the SMCs, PTAs of our school of Nanyidi. We mobilized almost 640 children in our school.
You're planning to clap for that. Please do clap for it. Huh? You don't seem to be sure.
I thank again the project of Nascent provided us with the saving tools, because for us warriors there, we used to raid, steal cows. So they kept us with the knowledge of saving, whereby we loaned some money in the group. We go and buy our own cows than stealing. The group again provided us with we provided the school with the school funds, like raising funds in the school. We get some money from each group. When food is scarce in school, we shall get some 5,000. We open some account with the teacher, so that when there's nothing in school, we provide the school with some porridge, so that to motivate those children not to go back for mines. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. Give William a big hand of applause. Monica Ainyede, could you also give us your testimony?
All protocol observed. This is Anyede Monica from Busia, a community mobilizer. Foremost, I'm going to talk of the benefit and celebrating the achievements that EWAD has done in our community. One, as a mobilizer, I myself am a witness of the achievement that has been done in Busia district. One, we have managed to remove the children from the mining area, from the pits back to the school. I'm standing in with 4 legs. One, as a miner. The second one, I'm a VSLA saver. The third one, I'm a woman. And the fourth one, I'm a community, I'm in the community committee of the skilling center. So in all the 4, we have achieved very many things, whereby we have managed to train the skilling center and opened the skilling center, whereby the children have got skills being trained, and they are in hairdressing, mechanics, and the saloon, which is something that we have achieved in Busia. We sat down and said, no, since we have 3, we as mobilizers, how can we sustain this? We decided to say no, we should buy shares and be shareholders, so that we can implement other projects inside it. So we managed to put in the computer system that is ongoing, and we are enrolling children right now for those courses. Another one, as a miner, I'm a miner from Busia United. We have managed to put signposts in the mines. We have managed to sensitize the community by having radio talk shows to make sure that our children leave the mines back to school. So we have achieved a lot, and we are also sensitizing the parents to change their attitude from taking our children back to school, not letting them to be in the mines. So we have achieved a lot from Work No Child business to make our environment safe for the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Monica. Give Monica a big round of applause. The last testimony we are receiving, and then I'll come to the audience for a short while to also share briefly. Can I invite Luca? Lucale. Yes, he'll speak, and then we'll get a translation.
Those are his names, Lokale Luka.
So
He comes from Nanyidik community. He is the chairperson for the artisanal miners.
So
He's also the PTA chairperson for Nanyidik Community School. SMC. Yeah.
So
He's very grateful for being here.
Ete ang atamare, atalakarte apiting mo ngana, atenji o ngana ngon, ikarapuri doi yakaya namone ituangaw kwa ngitiang.
Is thanking the WNCB consortium.
So anai to kana yakalalo, atalakarte ang kapulo kongulu, ay gonda ada ngule yalalo tarana bongulu akare mo jongo de yalalo.
Is very grateful to meet all the leaders, right from the district level to the ministry, and the MPs who are here.
Atalaka yakadikot lokeres aimat.
Yeah.
Olare itu olokona atingenabo karemo jongo tiane ne tia alakara no we yelo metinglo.
Yeah, great thanks to Honorable Minister Lokeris. At least he's getting.
So atapi ang adik video ngona video katanga akaro mona kientai.
He's going to share a testimony.
Atapi dia akaro ngona atapi to akaro na iriga munere do school.
Yeah, he wants to talk about the school.
Epito la iriga munere do school ngolo iriga nyino ba ko pangana ramone atamar tonya ra ko ana ye ngone potata lo joko taw lu to kana gi yakaro lo kriya moto ayana. So apoto ngatunga ngulu to kota ka toroni ya do anyara. Apoto iriga moto ba video ngede ngiborong lupa ma kana ngede tiata.
Yeah, he is talking about how they started the community, where the community school is. It was a bush. So as the community within, they cleaned around. By the time we went there was some space where a school could be put up.
So apoto ngatungalo temade doa betole mutungede aloboken ya do school.
Right, when we started the project, we went to their community and asked them to give us children.
So api ya pono ade maraga tunga lugu nguli orukuto ya kwa kotere akoro eke auto wala lo na dinya kare ngede lo school ngai tengede deni ayen kimega ngede ulu kedunyi to kwa nyarai edo api ki na gira ngede ulu pitulu ya kare.
Yo is sharing about resistance because I remember I was one of them who told us that where do you want us to take our children? With this hunger that is too much in the community, leave our children to be with us at home.
So, tamara do ate jezulu ke chama kan te ne kara gede potutore ki yoto di ara ki yotore.
Yeah, I'm a witness to chase us away. If you are looking for children, there are no children here, just go back.
So, apotong dolo ke madu to robo do ali oro. Eke ya demono ikuturi ngata. So anda ikuturi ngata kalau mother robong ngata mata nakit. So apona ada maraje. Eko boy joko beren. So kengaragana na ido ipitong lo ba ko turien. Tole mutu ke dia lo boken. Ni are alo ka kadang itu kulo. Bade do ai.
So when they chased us away, we didn't sit back as a consortium. We organized a meeting where we invited them and they came. And after the training, they were baptized and converted. They now accepted education in their community.
So apoto boja tamade ka tunga lugu e chamagan da rong delu jik tolo school na itiang elemuni odoa e school kona apone to gawna alemuni ngede ngare akata mo jangede na ka je ketone.
So when they accepted to give children to study, they first surrendered two children to offer to us, for us who wanted the children to go to school. So they gave us 2 children and they said, you can start with these ones. So when they gave us the 2 children, they were even able to identify some supporters in the community to support these children to start their learning.
So apone kata na boto duko kana ngi deke to dang lu are tem tamara ke to go to na ita tamane.
They were able to put up their efforts together and they were able to rectify a shed, a semi-permanent shed structure where these children could sit and learn from.
So anna ite nyini ata arotogro bona ibore no oi apone do ada kuwa kana ngi metenga la kawre kamaga tamare ya da Tole motungi dia jika lobo kena male kena luar beri ni amar arai beri ni api pula ni emunari aki aranga ya pada ya utungi dia ada alu school.
So after the trainings, they accepted to give us children and they became our first ambassadors. They went to their communities and told other parents to surrender children to come to school.
So ngene to kona atamar ke ngaragana ro bo to me school ngol e go kana na paro to no to patena zulugu ulungor bara gi ki ke unto do wa so kama mo kana ichi ba ngini lo munya ki jang nge bo ngori pana be school ko kori ana cara kar to kana e potno to ko lo school nakane yo kada dang e gyangaro be school lo ngole ki da dak e ke otu gi ama bo ngona bo kaw
Is Cry, and you know, is the one who donated land for Nanyidik Community School. Is what it is. Since now the partners that have been supporting them, the project has come to an end. His outcry is, please help them as Nanyidik community, not to let this school die off. Meaning he is requesting for continuous support. The good thing, the education officer, I think you're here and you're hearing the plea from Luca.
So ala karuno ko ngana pengo ni ngole kene ada tamar ngole kini ngo akiyara ngade agbo kono ma no woy agbo ngo atama ngo lugo ya e kimi ko wala mo ngalu e ngara ke ku waga school wala mo ngalu punara ngona ko na ka te kere ko de wala mo na ka school atama e to du ko school ne.
So since the parents accepted to give their children to surrender their children to come to study, for him he was overwhelmed. And that's why he surrendered his piece of land, 5-acre piece of land, for the school to be constructed.
So I know to kona atente na ba ngatamara ni kala mo nga duketa lo school ngol do de ngoni adi masa ngolo ke dubla de mara ni ka taga nga duketa ke jo ke school lejo e yangalu puna atente amara ke ataga lo school na bo.
Is even willing to give more land as long as there is progress. Because he is expecting, out of the 3 classrooms that are there, he expects more to be increased and is willing to give more land.
So, abana ito kona, angona yene ang atamar, iki yada dala lo, ke ngaragine school ngol, rokong boro ama mete alo school. Yeni abe roko tu yongo, mati ke adeng achulo, mati ke adeng alaga, mati ke adeng nyonga vwa. So ngeda na wana beronga na ibud ba to kona ke ibud kana ba da berongen iki cholongo ko wara lo skulu ngono ni ara to kona ay tena wona li puno boye na ibogo to ngede pewe takada ngede uluche fopa grata ngede.
Yeah, is comparing the school to a newly married wife. He says, you know, when you're marrying a wife, there are so many things that you need to put on her in order to bring out the beauty. So there are beads, there are earrings, there are everything. We know it as a Karamojong lady. So he says this school still lacks a lot. It needs a lot. The school needs furniture. The school needs more infrastructure. Name it.
So iyo de MP iborni woni kyangitori ngutumur ba da barbe ayala ngoni ngaber ke glia kolong boro enyamunun rebong boro to tente yora to ina mara enyamun ning boro ani chana ba akuni ari akato ke gyangarobo.
You know, we give gratitude to Honorable John Baptist Loki. We don't campaign for him, but we appreciate and we talk about the good things he has done. And by the way, my honorable MPs who are here, gratitude to you, because when we started with the 2 Rupa, Tapach was so much low. We used to go to Kosiroi only. But when we came to Team Ngorok, is one of those who supported, at least there is a semi-structure where learning is taking place. Gratitude to you. So to my honorable Loki John Baptist, he says he knows you supported them very well, but you know things get old. So you should be thinking, visit the school. Don't say that. He says, don't assume that they are like the woman who has more men, more than one partner. I don't know whether it is there. He says, don't assume that school is still having all the many husbands, the 3 strong husbands who were in that school. He says, please, Yeah, you are now the only husband. Thank you.
So, roto kaya longa akrongari atala karte malim ko wala pulu lalu moroto atomake lo kolos.
Yeah.
Ani arara ipe tu wana ngini ngoni abu ade le mno do akaro ke school angolo katala ka do ikidol no kene je kaya ke mani je katala karte akadko.
He's appreciating the DEO. I don't know how to translate the other part. That he has grown fat on tarmac. That's what he says, atomakilocolas. So like he grew up in town, in simple terms. It is a nickname.
So at the time of Bagatala Karakimat Julius, a right to one ngini, Abuno, Kinyomodoa, Alotom, Akiyarangana, Egrium Nangadoana Moniangan. Kanke eke apunda adang kanke madan ay guara na kaya nangon na chuma e prangna to malo school ala karano woy.
Juliet Lorot is appreciating you so much. Remember the first time we reached Nanyidik, you were even scared of sitting down, but now even if we are not there, you are able to go to Nanyidik comfortably and you meet Luca. He's also appreciating me. Because before even we got the idea of, we didn't even have hopes that through Juliet we would get those 3 classrooms. I started lobbying for a borehole. There was no water in that place. Through a partner, and we got a borehole before we got the building. So by the time the building came, water was there, and our children were already having that mind of knowing that before you come to school, you have to bathe. So even when they could not bathe from the community, they come and bathe where? At school, and they go back and sit down on the floor. Thank you. Thank you.
Ya na artugriya nage jabu da katanyo ne kapolo katamare. O anyi torobo ngakara angetongo ali boy the bestas. Ade kalotu na ba tunga abadi ngori ngatunga ayo ngani kriya mon kapolo kejiga katamare. Atamun robo ngede na bo aluro kenna ba alo di school be ko katwa gi yoto di anen. So I can also talk way about the Polimogan Capolo Acrona, Potro Ayuna Grand Delta de Maricokinai.
Okay, it is an outcry and a concern for us leaders, the district technical team that are here. Nanyidik is being affected, and the children are being, and parents are being chased away, and yet the main purpose of putting up a school is because we knew that there are children around that community, and now if investors come, people who are interested in minerals, they come and chase away people from their homesteads. Of course, they will again go far with these children, and these structures will remain alone. So let's guard our communities and our children. Kingoli utang tolo boketeng bokeneng ulara kingoli kunta to polo skulungol nyara rai bonne dunyi tika elemete ke jagi yara lo di skulungol riamu na ya tamar nyebe bon ye skul kwap to elote ke jigi dia ma ke bar to arte to ye skul ke jama kana ka polo to lemete ke boro ke skul ke tamar ngi cholo ma na ke to lemot ke tamar yeni bo ma na ke to lemot ke tamar ga mojo ne ma na ga mo jama na ke to lemot nyara dunyi to ngul ngil de linga akech. Yeah, social responsibility for the mining companies. It is his concern. I'm telling you, Luca did not go to school, but just hear the ideas that are coming out of him. He is pleading that whoever calls himself an investor and surrounding that school should be able to make a contribution, which we have been, that's why we have been engaging the mining companies also. Tell them to support, because not all government can do, not all NGOs can do, but it is a collective responsibility. Thank you.
So, ekoreta, eye yong dukulonge arei. Ekayana giro di yokaloki, kamari agro di dukulongulu ke kiaot, kwa kwana yola na pedo, yola na kiloro. So ketolomoto, giminista anen, ketolomoto. Nge meja anen, ketolomoto, nge kau anen, ketolomoto nge dakatarin anen, Ani arai, ajudi atamari, iboren, eke karene, ki potogono, ngichi atoma pukwane, kwa na wone poturo to ngimoro, e poturo to amuro, nene angete. So, yata poturo na bonga de angete, ngilo ara tana bongo bor, yata pune dikeji, to tinga kwa mone da kongana.
A task to
Halakara no.
A task, halakaran. A task to our honorables is pleading that never leave out the community schools that have been started. Push on until they see something better, because in those schools we are able to get the MPs, the ministers, the doctors, name it. Thank you so much.
Let's give a more befitting applause to Mzee Luka. Honorable Minister, members of Parliament, if you're looking for patriots, you don't need to go to the Patriotic Secretariat. You need to find people like Luka. I think they answer that very effectively. Join me to welcome our ministers, the country director, Save the Children, who joined us when we were here. Thank you. So, did we welcome the country director? Save the Children Uganda? Yes, thank you very much. We are moving fairly well. We need to save a little bit more time. At this moment, let's do the handover. What does this microphone? We have a few items that are going to be handed over. Can I invite the Secretary General of the Uganda National Teachers Union, UNATU, to come and lead us through those protocols as quickly as you can, as briefly as you can, so that we're able to save some time. So, Mr. Baguma, Philbert. You teach summary, so you're going to practice summary here. These are things you teach.
Yes. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, our chief guest. Protocol as earlier observed. I am Baguma Philbert Bates, the General Secretary, Uganda National Teachers Union. Allow me to thank the consortium for the work they have done. You have heard the testimonies, and even if we don't add there, it is enough to show that there is some work that has been done. Allow me to thank the leadership of Karamoja, the local governments, both the politicians and the technical staff. I want to believe if it was not their support, we wouldn't have made it. And the MPs who are here, thanks very much for supporting this endeavor to make sure that the Ugandan children access school and remain in school. We have been in schools, we have trained the teachers, we have trained school committees, the PTAs and school management committees. We have managed to train the local communities by finding them around the mines where they are and where they take these children. And therefore, as the project is coming to an end, we want to call upon, and I liked the gentleman who has just left the podium, someone who did not go to school but is able to narrate that story without reading anywhere. Is a very big challenge. It's a very big challenge. And therefore, we need not to leave these children out of school, because it will be a disservice to the country. What are we going to do? Because it is the cry of everybody. How do we sustain what we started. You heard him cry, the school should not be left. He sacrificed and donated land, and is even willing to give more land. That is a task for all of us. And I want to believe the people of Karamoja are now the happiest, because the minister in charge of Karamoja is from where? From Karamoja. And that is a plus, because he understands Karamoja, he knows the challenges of Karamoja, and therefore when we are talking about these issues, they are not new to him. He understands them better than us who have gone there and seen them. For him, he grew up in Karamoja and can able tell us that yes, what is being talked about is and has been in Karamoja. Now, the parents have started these schools, community schools, and the government came up with universal primary education. And therefore the parents have come to support this program. So what do we need? We need these schools to be coded. We need teachers to go and teach these learners. The learners have accepted from resistance to acceptance. Now they are there in schools. What needs to be done? Government needs to support them, build the classrooms, build the latrines, and other infrastructure, plus putting desks and benches where these learners can sit. Because the school should be better than the home where they come from, so that the school attracts them to go to school, remain in school, and complete school. So it is our duty, honorable members, led by the minister, it is our duty now to lobby and make sure these schools are coded so that the efforts of the communities are not let down along the way. And I want to believe this is very possible because it has come at the right time. In the recent meeting in northern Uganda by the Parliament of Uganda, Karamoja was given special attention in terms of education. So let us begin from here, because a commitment is already made, and therefore we are starting on a very positive note when the Parliament has already pronounced itself, and therefore it's a matter of saying, yes, let us begin from here. And how I wish we could pilot the free and compulsory primary and secondary education in Karamoja. So parliamentarians here, led by the minister, now that there is a commitment which was made to treat Karamoja as special as it is in terms of education, let us pilot it there and see how best we can support the Ugandan children in that area and begin from there. I want once again to thank everybody, and I want to appeal to the consortium. Let us not leave completely, because our works will be put to no value if we leave completely. And therefore, let us keep moving with the communities where they are and support them so that there is sustainability of these achievements which we have realized. Now, we have titles for some of these, for these community schools. And we need to hand over to them. We need to hand them over. And therefore, what we are going to do is just a simple function of handing over these titles in broad daylight, so that tomorrow we don't turn and say, but this was not done. We are here to witness, and this is going to be done by the consortium members who will come and join me, and then we hand over these titles. And we start from there. It is a journey. The Chinese have a saying that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. And this is a step in the right direction, and therefore we are going to begin our journey. And this journey, we believe we shall walk it together. One of the teams have a slogan that never walk alone. So if you want to go far, you must move together. If you want to move very fast, move alone. But if you want to go far, move as a group, like we are here, as stakeholders. We need to move together and walk this journey together to reach the promised land. I want to thank you very much and wish you the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baguma. We've been made to understand that we've been joined by another minister, the minister in charge of labor. Should be joining us in a moment from now. And we'll be going towards the handover of these dummy titles to represent the actual titles that exist. This event is being streamed live, and we encourage you to share what we're doing here on your social media platforms, handles. The hashtag is WNCB Closeout 2024, WNCB Closeout 2024, or End Child Labor, hashtag End Child Labor. YouTube is streaming this via Nascent. The minister should be joining us, but let me invite district leaders from the 3 project districts, one at a time. We start with Nakapiripirit. The minister said that's where you come from, and it's the longest name. So, Honorable Minister, Nakapiripirit is being the first to come over here. Juliet. Okay. I've been advised that we can continue. So, Honorable Minister, can you join or lead your team? Chairman, Kao, District Education Officer, Member of Parliament, if we have from specifically Nakapiripirit. The phones are beginning to misbehave. Can someone help us? I think batteries. Program leads, RDT. Let me see all of you come over here. Nakapiripirit. Mr. John Nangiro, Honorable, you want? Yes, we'll stand on this side and waiting for Mzee. Okay. Yes, the Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. The Honorable Esther Anyakun, Minister of State for Labor, you're most. Can we face the audience? Honorable Minister, you're finding us at a very interesting moment. There's a handover ceremony of some of the fruits of this project, which we invite you to witness. Your colleague, Peter Lokeris, is here, but he's now from here. He's from Nakapiripirit and the leader. Please join. And Member of Parliament. So this is, you have interests? Okay. Cultural leader from Moja and Ateker community, very good. Okay, that's a title for Nakapiripirit. Yes. An award. You, Natalie, you need to be in that picture. In all the pictures that are going to happen, you need to be there. So please join. Create room for Natalie to join. And the partners, Save the Children, can you also join for that photo moment? The country director, please join. Get closer. Get closer. That's for Acherer Primary School. That's a land title. The two ministers there, you know most of our schools don't have land titles for their schools. So Karamoja is taking the lead in getting titled land for their schools. So congratulations. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Yes? I'm here. We have an award. We have an award that's also going to be... Julia, take the award and hand it over to... Yes, let's read on what.
Reach out to...
That is from WNCBT, handed over to the COW, the chairman. Microphone.
Appreciation of the great support and collaboration to our program. Without you, we wouldn't have been successful. It's just a token of appreciation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we have the next team from the next district?
Moroto.
Moroto. The leadership of Moroto. The ministers stay. The ministers stay. And Natalie stays. Yes, Natalie stays. Pardon? Yes. Moroto is also receiving a title, a land title for the school. Two land titles for Moroto. For Moroto, the RDC, the COW. An award is also coming for the great support. Philbert is missing in action. I don't know if you're appearing in the picture. Okay, you're doing the handover. Moroto District Local Government, Nanyidik Primary School, PO Box 4 Moroto. That's the land title. And the original, so you're not just receiving the dummy, you're also receiving the original land title. Can we give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Can we appreciate that? There's an award also coming. Where's the award? In appreciation of the support as the district leadership that you have provided to WNCB, to the consortium. Juliet, I left the microphone there. Can I have... Can I ask Juliet to read the citation on the award? Someone deliver the microphone. Pass on the microphone. UNICEF is very far. Juliet, if you could read the citation on that plaque.
This is a token of appreciation to Moroto, heartfelt appreciation to Moroto local government for your outstanding collaboration and support towards the successful implementation of the Work No Child Business Program, 2019 to 2024.
Thank you. That is a second title, Nakiloro Primary School. Nakiloro. That is Block 409. Plot 409, Block 1. Huh? The original land title is also available and it's being handed over now. Okay. They are taking photos, huh? So just note. Thank you very much and congratulations to Moroto, Nakiloro, and Nanyidik. We also have a number of bylaws that have been developed through this project that need to be handed over. Some bylaws that have been developed with support of this project. The PS has been missing, but the PS said it comes from Busia. So, PS, come. You can't wait for Busia. You serve the country, please. At least join where there is a handover of those bylaws. Mr. PS. Nakapiriprit, the bylaws are here. Let the chairman receive. Yes, we can let the Moroto team step down. Okay, they'll be there. Okay. Okay, so we'll ask the PS to stay. Now that Busia is it Busia coming on next? Yes, coming on next. The PS told us he has interests in Busia. So, Minister Nyakuna has told us he has interests in Team from Busia, district leaders, technical
You can never stop me, you can never block me, and you can never bend me. Hello, you can never stop me, you can never block me, and you can never bend me. Nida idadang chameta kirakar, customer yaratangi koni moi, nyomono kipipili kintio. La karangini che kirakario kirakaria neni edoka kake me kirakaria neni. You wanna see me rise but you can't.
The district and also to the
Thank you very much. Give a hand of appreciation for that. That's a certificate going to Busia. I can see the PS is looking for a title. It will come. Okay. The last handover. Yes, there is an award. There is an award also of appreciation plaque. You can use phone to the citation. Let the minister hand over.
This is also a token of appreciation from the Work No Child Business team. It reads, heartfelt appreciation to Busia local government for your outstanding collaboration and support towards the successful implementation of the Work No Child Business Program 2019 to 2024. So grateful.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, stay, please. I'm afraid. Please, Honorable Minister, stay. We have one more award to give, and that award is going to the ministry. Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. That's where it is going, to appreciate your support. PS, please stay. PS, please stay. UNICEF, get close. Save the children. Save the children, get closer. You're very far. Can we have the ladies distributed more evenly on the other side? Save the children, hand over that to the ministers who are here. Okay, I think that's better. Let's have the citation.
On behalf of the whole WNCB team, the heartfelt appreciation to the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Thank you. Let's give a hand clap for that. Congratulations to all of you, Moroto, Nakapiripit, Busia, and the ministry. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you to the consortium partners for this recognition. Thank you for the titles. I think that ends that part of the ceremony. Let's move on with a few more items on our program, and we'll be closing in a moment. So, can I ask everyone here, give a big hand clap to everybody for what we've just witnessed.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena.
Thank you very much. The two ministers who are with us this afternoon, the honorable members of parliament, permanent secretary, RDC, CAOs, education officers, and the leaders of the society. We have Save the Children, the consortium partners, UNATU, and all the others. We're moving, I think, fairly well. We're about to reach the close. We're going into remarks and commitments. Remarks and commitments for sustainability of this projects that is closing now, but must be sustained for the sake of the children who are benefiting and the communities. So to hand over the microphone, I think each one in this room, there are some commitments that were made earlier. Where are they? At the district level. Okay. PS, I know you need to be leaving, but we'll come to you in a moment. We'll make sure that we keep this as brief as possible. So let me have Barbara come and say something to us briefly. The chairpersons of Moroto, Kapiripirit, and Busia, come and say something very briefly, and then representatives from the CSOs, members of parliament, and the PS will speak to us, and then we'll move towards the closure. So you're more familiar with protocol than I am, so kindly bear with me. Barbara, please.
Thanks, thank you. All protocol observed, and I will stand again on all the protocols that have been already highlighted in the House. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Barbara Odongo, and I work for NACENT, Research and Development Organization, as the Programs Manager for Social Protection. My role is very simple here, and indicating all the several achievements that have been highlighted in the House, and interventions that have been implemented across Busia, Moroto, and Nakapiripirit. We would like not to leave this room without all of us knowing how these commitments and actions are going to be sustained, and also that the Work No Child's Business has indeed cemented a stepping stone that can build on to even future programs, but also future actions. We would like to take this opportunity to, for all of us to know what next and how do we need to carry forward, need to scale up what has been done. And of course we have what remains. All has been said, but what remains? We have actions that require government to take forth. We have actions that require civil society organizations to take forth. We also have actions that require private sector to take forward, and we have actions that require international or development partners. And of course, earlier on my colleague Caro did highlight, we have still 53.1 children who are still engaged in child labor in the whole of Karamoja. 53.1. Ladies and gentlemen, entirely in this country, Karamoja takes 53.1. And that indeed indicates that we need an action, affirmative action, to move the end of child labor in the Karamoja region. Again, like my colleague earlier on highlighted, for Nakapiripirit and Moroto, we still have 30% dropout rate completion. When we talk about enrollment and being sustained within the schools and completing at least to primary 7, the dropout rate is at 30%. Ladies and gentlemen, the DEOs seated in here and other stakeholders, I would like us to take note that this is still a big problem. We have issues of access. We did talk about the issues of access earlier. And of course, where the Work No Child's Business program was implemented, it's now was implemented. Before we started to engage in these communities, there were no schools. And that was one of the reasons why we had no children even going to school. So the issues of access are critical. And so what has been built within the communities where we have been, we hope that they can be sustained so that the barriers to access to education can be limited. We still have that. Ladies and gentlemen, having worked in the Karamoja region, the issues of the girl child, you're all aware, and those I will not go into them. But this needs to be prioritized. We have the issue of partnerships. In this room, much as we exit, yesterday we were talking about a very wonderful entry into the program, but also an emotional exit. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like, or we hope that we can leverage on the partnerships, even beyond Work No Child's Business, partnerships that continue to grow and opportunities that come in the region to scale up what the Work No Child's Business program has done. What are we asking for as Work No Child's Business? And of course, I know much as we are also being asked, can they be for a scale up? But we also want to ask all the stakeholders in this house and those one of the things that we really call for is a policy action. We have the policy, for example, the UPE policy. Can you support this policy to be implemented? We have the laws that we've talked about, right? We've just handed over the Morita bylaw. Can you support us to ensure that bylaw is enforced? The funding, they have been talked about. What the chairperson of SMC in one of the schools talked about. School is available, but there is no funding for the school. How can we, the education department again, how can we ensure that the schools have the resources to be able to provide the quality education that the children need? And so the actions that we request, even as we exit, is by enforcing and implementing the policies. And we know, again, carry forward the work that we have to do, we ought to work with other stakeholders. When we were in Soroti, yes, thank you. When we were in Soroti at the community, in the several engagements, we have asked, can you support to consolidate the gains we have achieved in the education? Can we have teachers allocated to the schools? Can we have the schools funded? Can we have more structure? And so in this meeting today, we will hear how the Moroto, Nakapiripirita, and Busia local government are going to commit to these actions. We have done so much. As ladies and gentlemen, you have seen in the House, we are asking, can you support us to monitor these interventions? Our young people, can they be monitored to be able to carry forward the skills that they have attained? But we are also asking for the VSLAs that have been established, could you support to link them? Could you support to monitor them so that we don't lose the gains? We are asking, could you support to monitor the schools that have been established? We all know that the issue of feeding in Karamoja is one that jeopardizes education, is the one that pushes children into child labor. In this house, ladies and gentlemen, local government, Moroto, Nakapiripirit, can we support interventions on school feeding if we are to achieve total elimination of child labor? And one of the things we also ask in this room is that because of the norms and the culture and the traditions in the region, especially Karamoja, can you support us to continuously raise awareness, to change the norms? I know that we agreed, for example, in Soroti, that you will leverage upon the, say, radio opportunities, you leverage even to put this in the priorities of the districts. could you please carry forward this awareness? Because what we've started, we wouldn't want to lose it. And we are counting on you to be able to scale up, but also to embed what has been already done. So these are the few asks that we ask of you. And so if this indeed can be done, we hope that the gains of the Work No Child's business can be sustained. Thank you, my president, yeah, and that's it. Again, I will bring this back. Nelson Mandela once said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. And today we are here because of the children in Karamoja. And what we see in terms of exploitation, in terms of child labor, in terms of lack of access to education, ladies and gentlemen, this is a reflection for all of us. Should we be called a society that cares for children, then we need to take action beyond what we are talking about today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the chairman, Moroto local government, to be able to invite the Kao Moroto district, but also invite the LC5 of Nakapiripirit to quickly, tell all of us in the House what and how are they going to sustain these commitments that we have implemented, so that we leave this room when we feel, so that when we leave this room, we are sure that these actions are going to be taken forward. And of course, invite also Busia, the chairperson of Busia local government. So, sir, I wish to welcome you.
Thank you, Barbara. So, speeches, let's give those commitments, leaders. Some of them are already here. Some of the commitments were made. So the leaderships.
Protocol observed. I'm Koryang David, the district chairperson. Papa, Minister, our cultural leader as well. Colleagues in the House, in my introduction I said I'm the consumer of a project. It is true. I have enjoyed it. My own ministers and the members of parliament in the House, my eyes have witnessed the good impact of the organization. And today, I stand here in a lamenting view, but saying that...
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, don't lament. You can't be celebrating and then you lament.
Apology.
Let me request that you make a commitment from where you sit, the high office you sit in, to tell us, how do you sustain this going forward?
I am coming, my boss. I said I'm lamenting, but not lamenting to say I have not seen the good. Technically, we already got involved into the organization by giving teachers in the schools. And we are giving all the effort in terms of security to ensure that our learners, our teachers are kept in there. We have also ensured that access in terms of roads is there, and we give support and monitoring of the usual and ongoing programs. As our partner has pulled out, we shall continue as Moroto, ensuring that the usual programming is integral, usual programming is continuing, no threats, and we shall ensure that our children shall be brought into school learning environment. Thank you. I want at this particular moment to invite Kao from a technical desk of the 3 districts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The rapporteur has picked those commitments from the chairman. I think there are 4. Let's hear from the Kao. I'd also love to hear from the RDC. I know you're new in Moroto, but would be good to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Protocol observed. We have these commitments. I will repeat because I'm a technical person. One, posting of teachers to these schools will continue. It has begun and it will continue. As we talk right now, there are teachers who are already there. They are on the government school payroll somewhere, but they are teaching in those what? Community schools.
Thank you.
Know, that is management. Two, infrastructure. You are all aware that another partner is coming in to add on the infrastructure that is there specifically for Nakiloro Community School. That is ISP. 2 classroom blocks are going to start in November.
Okay.
Just count 1 month from now. 3, we shall continuously continue disturbing our members of parliament to make sure that the coded schools also get government aid. Honorables, we shall continue disturbing you. Moderator, give me time, because these are very serious, pertinent commitments. One time, I had an OB who was in parliament, and he struggled to go back. I told him, but you were disturbed. He told me, no. Parliament is a place where you say, let there be, and the things are what? Are there. Now, honorables, why can't you say, let there be funding in the schools, and the things happen? Honorables, please help us. That's another commitment. Ordinance. On the issue of ordinance, we are handling it in a smart way. Come next council, we are coming up with the education ordinance. The other one, you say the RUPA. Yeah, RUPA is a bylaw. It only operates in RUPA. But now we are coming in with the ordinance for the whole district. It will touch 3 areas: alcoholism, absenteeism, and then school dropouts. That one, be assured it is coming. 4, vocational training. That one is being supported by, again, another partner. Those who drop out, whether at what level, they will still remain useful to the what? Community. Of course, you know what skilling is. Skilling is one area where you can even exploit people without them knowing. I said this. One time, the vehicle I was driving it personally. Now, I made a mistake by leaving the outer lock open. Now, when I tried to close the door, it refused. Now, I called the mechanic. When I called this mechanic, he knew where the problem, it was not a problem. Now, he kept on rotating around the vehicle. Then he said, Carl, let's go to the garage. So when we went to the garage, he kept asking, how much is this? Then he said, but Carl, you sit here. Let me go to another shop and get the spare and fix, and I see what to do. The man just went and put back the lock. He even called me, I've finished the work. I asked him how much money. He said, 300 what? Of course, as a cow, you cannot cry. So I accepted, paid him 300 what? For just putting back the lock and the door closed. So you can now see how skilling is very important, how it's very beneficial. So we encourage skilling should go on. 5, extension services. We have talked of feeding. We want to extend services to schools. So with the land should be able to produce somewhat food for feeding their children. Irrigation. We want to encourage irrigation in the schools. So that even if the weather is unfriendly, but still production can go on. I'm coming to the end. The moderator, don't fear so much. Finally, empowering lower local governments to continue supporting schools. Luckily enough, some sub-counties in Moroto have picked on this. Last week, Tapach, a sub-county, started supplying, giving out scholastic materials to schools. The same sub-county is very serious in monitoring of the attendances. So we shall continue empowering them. We shall continue reminding them to do their what? Their best. Finally, school management committees. These are the managers of schools. We want to empower them, understand their roles. When you are a manager, when you are chairman, school management committee, you should not only be active when the big grant has come. Daily attendance, daily monitoring. We want to empower them through the DO's office. We shall train them to understand their roles. Because for a long time, these structures don't understand their roles properly. For them, they know you only become active when there is money. When there is no money, there's nothing to do. So we want to encourage them. One scholar said, if you want to build the future, build the children. If you want to build the future, build the what?
Children.
So we want to make sure that our children are built.
Thank you.
With those few commitments, I know the moderator, you are impatient, but with those few commitments, I want to stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You even signed on these commitments in Moroto, and your commitments are here, and we have recorded them. We have also, so we'll hold you to.
Thank you. I want to take this singular honor to call the lady. Men have talked. Mama. No, my colleague, the chair.
Chair for Busia. Please, come through.
Chair Busia.
Chair Busia.
Mama, you're welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. I want to take this singular honor for appreciating, first of all, the consortiums for the work done in Busia. It has been indeed so great. As Busia, we are so grateful, and I'm extending this on behalf of the district. As a commitment, I am Christina Samba once again. I represent the LC5 Busia District Local Government, Mr. Waske, who is not with us here. As Busia District, we are already in a struggle to see how our children, first of all, can perform better in schools. Secondly, to see how our children can fully complete school. There is a tendency of beginning school and maybe ending a certain level, P5, P6, or primary level, or senior funding ending there. For us, we are in a struggle to make sure children are fully completing their education. And by so doing, we have strategies in place. Members, it is not easy, but we shall make sure we at least do something and make sure we fulfill. We want all our children out of labor or free from labor. Busia being a border district, we face a lot of challenges with our children. For example, there is a lot of teenage pregnancy. There is a lot of child trafficking where our children are crossed from Busia to Kenya to go and do labor. And also in gold mines. It is like a blessing and again a curse to have gold in your district, my dear members. In Busia, we have a challenge that gold has been discovered in almost the biggest parts of the district. So it is a big challenge that we do not know actually how we shall relieve our children from child labor or gold mine, but we shall endeavor, like I told you. We have a skilling center that EWAD has put in place just to help us ensure that children are no longer in gold mines, at least they are somewhere doing different things. Also to ensure that children are out of gold mines, they are back in school. We shall not just stop it there, just because EWAD is going away. Like I told you, we are already in a struggle. we shall make sure this skilling center continues. One, continuous sensitization. We shall ensure our communities are continuously sensitized about the privileges in skilling. Secondly, we shall make sure the ordinances are not taken for granted. We as a district, as council, we already have an ordinance that is being worked on. We are still consulting about it, but we already had it in the first reading. It is going to cover the whole district. It is not only for Busitema, Tira, and Sikuda. It is going to take up all the children in the whole district. And it is called the Child and Family Protection Ordinance. So we are looking ahead to see how our children in the district can be protected. Not only that, we have a sub-county called Busitema that is particularly involved in this. It has its own bylaw that it has put in place. Last time it brought it to the district council for certification, but due to certain challenges somewhere, somehow, we had to direct them to go and put it right, and we are expecting it this coming council. Actually, its ordinance is already on the order paper. It's the business we are going to handle the coming council 30th of this month ending. So we just feel when we put forward these ordinances and these bylaws, if we enact them, we feel cases of child marriage, child labor shall be sorted, and we shall have no children in mines or in work, in labor. We shall continue doing capacity building to our households that you have left behind. They are not yours, they are now our households right from the beginning. We shall ensure the income generating activities they have put in place do not collapse through continuous sensitization. Our DCDO is right there. We believe with his team, the CDOs downwards will do a good job. They will continue doing capacity building. The VSLAs you talked of, I see them in our district. Actually, they empower women so much. As women continue saving, there is a lot they benefit out of their savings at the end of the year or at the end of the day. They are empowered with these monies to take their children back to school. And this is what we want most. This is where our focus is, ensuring children are in school. And also, at the end of the day, we see poverty eradication. Much as we have the other one of PDM, it is moving a little bit slow. It's a little bit slow. So when they have their own incomes, there is a way they motivate their own households better than we would expect. So we shall not take all these things for granted. We shall not just look on. We shall continue supporting them. And as through the political head, representing the political head of the district, with all my political leaders in the district, I will ensure we spearhead this task of sensitization.
Thank
For
you.
God and my country, Mr. Cow, please say something.
Oh, you do summary.
Thank you.
Summary.
Chair,
1 minute.
The chair has done everything, but I'll add little. I want to observe protocol. I want to thank the IPs, the consortium, especially EWAD, which worked in Busia. EWAD mobilized the communities We have community mobilizers, and they gave them the gadgets, the phones, the radios, and the bicycles. What are we going to do? Integrate them in the health structure system. You know, we have the VHTs, so that they continue with that mobilization, and we make sure that the members are on board. She has talked about the legislation. Already one of the affected sub-counties is also doing a bylaw, and it has been certified in our council. It has been taken back for amendments. Then it will come for final approval, and we send it above. Then the other thing, the private sector has been empowered. And where we're not as government, we expect them to act. So we are going to continue with private sector engagement and remind them that it's your cardinal role to make sure that child labor stops totally.
Thank you.
Yes, lastly, you are harassing me. We are going to recruit and post teachers in a guided manner to areas affected, so that these people, they handle the children professionally and create that good school environment so that the children get out of the jobs, the labor. What else? We have the money. They have trained them to do business. We have PDM, we have Myoga, we have youth livelihood. As government, we are targeting them. We are going to use the DCDO, mobilize the communities, and they come and give them money, so that they don't send children to go and wash gold to get money. I think that's all, and I want to thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, when you said the money, you said now we're doing very well. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome the Deputy Dutch Ambassador to Uganda, Mr. Joost van Etro. Trying. Dutch is very complicated, but Joost van Etro? Yes. Thank you very much. You're most welcome. Can I have Nakapiripirit? I want only commitments. Yes. Safe with you. Only commitment. Technical team. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ndugu moderator. I now want to invite my Chief Administrative Officer to stand by my side as I present our commitments. The Honorable Minister for Karamoja Affairs, who is the chief guest for tonight, Honorable Minister of State for Labor and Social Development, Your Excellency, the Deputy Ambassador, Honorable Members of Parliament, my colleagues, the chairpersons, Chief Administrative Officers, our partners, our very big partners who are about to leave us. I want to say that this program is like all of us have been in school. When there is a day for dancing, there is a man called a DJ. When the music is set, all of you will dance. There is some piece of music that you can all enjoy. And if somebody tampers with that piece of music as it is on when you are dancing, the provoked reaction that there is hearing, isn't it? That's exactly happening. So when the moderator was trying to tell my colleague that please don't talk much, don't say you are lamenting, I was saying, of course, there is that kind of thing that the reaction that you have when something good is coming to an end. You just feel it should continue. And I want to say that the way it started, it was a funny one.
Mr. Chairman, you're going to give me a speech. You'll be in trouble.
Don't worry, don't
no,
worry.
No,
please.
Give me the commitment.
Don't worry, it is
Yes.
coming, it is coming, it is
Yes.
coming, please. And when it started, I was visited by a group of ladies and told me about the program. And they said it was called Work No Child Business. And I said, work no child business, no work? What do you mean? I'm telling you, the discussion was funny. However, what I want to say is that we harmonized our speeches ourselves, we understood the language, and eventually we embraced the program. And there, we continued and achieved a lot. And now, it is ending. What do we have to do? I want to say that the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to continue lobbying government to grant aid to these schools. Local government don't have enough resources. Let's not cheat ourselves to say that we're going to do this and that. Where would we get the resources? If it is grant aided, we can now set infrastructure. We can put the furniture in it. Already we are already supporting by way of posting teachers like Morota has done. It's something we have all done. And we will continue posting them whenever need arises. We will also continue to mobilize the communities. Mobilization will continue. It's our role. And this is the commitment we are making. We are going to link them to partners. World Food Program to continue feeding. We are also going to link those who have got the skills to programs like PDM. I am happy Busia has brought it out. I was nodding really when he talked about government programs. There are some programs these people can benefit from, YLP and others, because somebody is pressing me to hurry. We will also mobilize parents to fence these schools, to plant live fences. You know, you have to safeguard the environment around the school. And we also want to encourage each garden to raise a chamber, a garden. Some of the schools have already gardens. The only thing that we are left with is to mobilize and see how we can secure tractors for at least one for the Department of Education in a district, if we cannot get for each sub-county, so that we can produce food. You know, food and education are not far from each other. Just like any other aspect of life, food is near every activity. Because man where he lives eats, unless one is not alive. So we are saying that that's very important. We want to continue that. I know the moderator is really very rigid with time. I want to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, a big round of applause for those commitments. We are whispering with the cow, so you hand the microphone to him. We have an understanding. Can we recognize the ministers, the Honorable Dennis Nyangweso, Samia Bugwe Central from Busia. Thank you for joining us. Honorable Albert Lokoro, the people need to keep saying thank you to you for all you've been able to do, especially with support to those children and the school. Thank you very much.
Bwana Moderator, I want to tell you, you don't chase us away. We have some offer after to give to our partners here, because we appreciate them. So and therefore,
this way, Mr. Chairman.
The very reason why we wanted to be given a little bit of time is that we wanted to express much of our you can see.
Thank you. Let's do it this way. You're handing over.
We will hand over immediately after the cow has added on the committee.
Thank you, District Chairperson. I think all has been said, really. I will not add on much more, except to commit that we are going to do as we have mentioned. I was only here to emphasize.
Thank you very much.
As in Nakapiripiri district, we have been working with, we had some recognition. It happened before. I want to request the ministers to come and hand over the certificates to the partners, the partners who have worked. So, the ministers to come in, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, you go back. In the meantime, the other district leaders, Chairman Morot, and Busia, Chairperson. Busia.
We start with Save the Children. Save the Children, then EFOS, This one.
Mr. Kao, you read out, and then the partner comes. The partner stays, take a photo with all of you, and then we'll have stay.
We want to invite the head of EVOS. EVOS here. EVOS.
Okay.
All right, so Nakapripri District Local Government, this certificate is proudly presented to EVOS No Child's Business Consortium for your excellency role in the campaign to eliminate child labor. Thank you.
The next is Save the Children, Uganda.
Save the Children.
Save the Children, same. We're giving you this certificate for your excellency role in the campaign to eliminate child labor. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
The next is UNATU.
UNATU? UNATU, for your excellency, excellent role in the campaign to eliminate child labor.
NASCENT, RDO.
The NASCENT should join. The NASCENTers should join.
So this is a certificate for NASCENT RDO for your excellent role in campaign to eliminate child labor, especially in Nakapripiti district.
Great.
Yeah, that was all we could offer. And I want to use this moment to really thank our donors, those who are really parting with their hard money that they get from their pockets to make sure it reaches to our people. We want to request that this program should not be left to wilt. We should continue nursing it until it really delivers the fruits that some child today was testifying that the reason why Museveni is a president is because he went through school. And the reason why some people are doctors are because they go through school. How I wish that we will continue putting our hands together. This project, though it has ended, should come quickly in another form. I understand that donors sometimes get bored with certain terminologies. Can we baptize it in another way so that we again attract funding? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, with your, I need the other.
My chairman is saying, I should translate in Akar Mojong, is saying we need more funding for the project. So that means we need another project to continue.
Okay.
You can translate, I said it in Akar Mojong.
Honorable Minister, that's noted. Mr. Chairman, Moroto, Chairman Kapiriprit, Chairman Busia, Kaos. I've been asking the RDC Moroto to come, so RDC Moroto just come for a photo opportunity. You've been pushing, pick these, and we pose with them. Photo. Would you like this? These are commitments you had made earlier. Let's have them. Okay, Cow. We do that quickly, and then we move on. Okay. Oh. Okay. The cows, those things belong to you, so that you can remember what you committed. Can I have the CSOs that have been part of this also briefly? CSOs, how many are coming? Huh? Yes. Okay. CSO representative, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. CSO representative. I want Freedom Fund. Ready? Please, there's a microphone there. You 3 minutes. Freedom Fund. Then I'll have the honorable members of parliament. And then we'll certainly be moving towards closure. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. The guests of honor, all protocol observed. Salongo Ignatius Arenwoha is my name. I work with and for AMCAN Uganda chapter. AMCAN is the African Network for Prevention and Protection Against Child Abuse and Neglect. It is a continental movement working in 27 countries in Africa, and AMCAN Uganda chapter focuses on specific child rights issues in Uganda. But I'm here representing the civil society organization under the coalition of child labor focused organization, child trafficking and safe migration. We are an umbrella organizations under Uganda Child Rights NGO Network. The consortium of organizations that have been implementing this project are part of this coalition of civil organizations organized that are focused on elimination of child labor in Uganda. And when we are talking about sustainability issues, I'm very proud to say that sustainability issues, we don't actually talk about them when we are closing the project, but we talk about them at the time when we are designing the project. So when this project was being designed a good years back, the architect of this project thought of what will happen when this project comes to the end. And the government have said what they will do, but as civil society organization, what are we going to do for this project? Since the implementers of this project, UNATU, AWED, NACET, and others have been part of our coalition, and we regularly sit, plan for how we stop child labor in the country. So the advocacy issues that are still pending, they will be taken on by the civil society organization coalition. See that we push them on, we put them in our ROBI plan, and see how we can continuously engage the government to deliver on this. As a previous speaker said, that if you want to walk faster, you walk alone, but if you want to walk far, you need a company of others. So these people, the consortium, under the coalition, chose to walk far by being part of this coalition. We have other big projects in the country, some funded by EU, we have two, ILO, we have another one by Global Match. There are many, so we shall integrate this project into those ongoing projects. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the government of Uganda for a conducive environment that enabled this project become successful. I'm very, very proud on behalf of civil society organization that if we can showcase what we are doing as civil society organization, and for civil society organization, we deliver with relatively fewer resources, but our activities are so impactful. So this is showcasing to the government that civil society have a strong role to play. It cannot be avoided. So thank you very much, this project, for making a case for the civil society existence. I thank the donor community that also made this possible. That's the Dutch government. I'm saying this on behalf of the civil society organization and for God and my country.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I have Freedom Fund? 2 minutes. I will start reducing the time, so 2 minutes.
Okay. All protocol observed. My name is Mark Guti Longole. On behalf of Freedom Fund, I would like to say that, first of all, Freedom Fund is a new partner that is coming to support the local organizations based in Karamoja. Just to give you an Freedom Fund is an international organization that supports the elimination of all forms of exploitation, ranging from child trafficking, child labor, and also sex trafficking across the globe. And we target a number of programs. We have what we call hotspot programs, and we also support partner organizations that are leading in terms of eliminating child labor, exploitation, and sex labor. We also advocate for policy change at different levels. And in brief, Freedom Fund is a collection of different funders that bring in their funding to support the elimination of all forms of exploitation. So last year, first of all, in terms of operations, it has been operating in the Asia, it has been operating in East Africa, and particularly in Nairobi, Kenya. And for this year, we conducted the baseline survey, which started where we realized that there was need really to tackle issues of child exploitation, child labor, child trafficking in the region. And it came out strongly that this is an area that the partners, the local organizations, need to dive in terms of addressing some of those issues that are affecting the education of the young children in Karamoja. And so we have done a scoping workshop where we have been able to identify a number of organizations, and I'm happy to report to you that we'll be working with a number of 6 organizations that will be implementing these activities. So we have been currently reviewing their proposals, and I'm happy to report to you that NASCENT is one of the organizations that is going to continue implementing and building from what the partners in the consortium have been doing, especially in Moroto and also in Napak. So we have a number of organizations that will be focusing on these areas. And in Moroto, we shall be having 3 organizations, and they will be working together with NASCENT, and they will be in the same sub-counties, and they have been able to propose a number of interventions. And as I mentioned, our approach is more on collaborative. We are not an implementing partner, so we will be supporting the local organizations to implement the interventions that are addressing the elimination of child exploitation in some of those areas. And so that's what we'll be looking at in the coming year. So we will also be we're supporting one partner in Uganda called AfriChild, which will be conducting a participatory action research, especially on issues of child labor and exploitation. And again, it will be an opportunity for us to learn from that research so that we can all collaborate together and be able to really address some of these issues that are affecting the children. So when that time comes, we'll actually be able to invite you and be able to share some of the findings. And these partners are actually slated to start their work next month. By 1st of October, all the 6 organizations will be starting to receive their grants to implement. So they are building on what they have been doing already in the 2 districts of, especially in the 2 districts of Moroto and Napak. And because this is a pilot, it's a pilot phase. Once we see that things come to maybe from the learnings that we're going to generate in this first year, then depending on the available resources, then there's a possibility of expansion to all the other districts all the few districts in Karamoja, and maybe even other partners will be on board. So thank you.
We need your number because you're talking about money, so we need your number. We need to follow up. Now, moving towards the end, sorry for those who have been harassed. I am going to continue for the next few minutes with especially my favorite group. Honorable members of parliament, my favorite group. I know you have a lot to say, but I'm going to restrict. So, Madam RDC, I'll give you 1 minute. Members of parliament, 2 minutes each. And then we will move towards the closure. So let me bring the microphone closer. Yes, 1 minute is 6 seconds.
Let me be seen properly. I humbly, of course, observe the protocol that has already been laid down. I know the moderator just wants you to hear my voice. My name is Jane Francis Among Inokili, like I said. They stopped us from lamenting, but I am happy the person who has just left here could be wiping our tears. Mine is to make a commitment that as a representative of central government and achievement of government programs, Moroto has already said it. And as you were talking, I was telling the DO, I am listening, and I will follow. I am passionate about education. My previous station was Gulu City, and for those of you who are listening, you saw how we're running around with the street children. And I can go very extreme, that the DO was telling me that, because I actually even arrested teachers who would chase children. So the slogan should be, say no to child labor. And everywhere I'll be going, in my radio programs, that will be my slogan, say no to child labor. And I wish we could even have some of these kind of posters in the villages in Ngakaramojong saying no to child labor. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Let's put it there. Children should have pens in their hands, not tools. Every child deserves a childhood free from exploitation and abuse. The only way to end labor is to ensure that all our children have access to education. Then we can also say no to child labor. Let them earn knowledge, not earn money. Say yes to education. Childhood lost, dreams shattered. Those kind of things. Wherever I'll be having a security meeting anywhere, that will be my language. So I commit that no to child labor. I wish we could even say it in this room.
Child labor.
For God and my country.
Thank you very much, Damarabiti. Thank you very much. The members of parliament have decided to speak through a representative. But it would be very nice to hear the voice of each member of parliament on these commitments, because there are things that you're working on. There is that, there are some laws. I'm told you need children to respect elders on labor and other things, but Honorable Macho, you command the team. I want to hear the voice of every member of parliament. There's a microphone there. So we'll aggregate the minutes for each member of parliament. 2 for each. How many do you have?
5.
You have 5. 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, March of Busia is the member of parliament for Busia municipality. Honorable Minister, Madam, Honorable Ministers, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank the organizers of this event of today. That is an eye-opener that Ugandans, we should prepare that when a project is given to us, to run it effectively very well. And at the same time, all the organizations that are implementing this, we see they have done impact on the ground. Many organizations worked in the northern Uganda by the time I was still a private secretary to the vice president, but they left no mark at all. But this is good testimony to tell us that we have left schools. And really thank you. we as leaders, we shall make sure that we address the policy gaps that support the flourishing of civil society organizations in this country. Because we know when there is a lot of freedom, peace, and stability, more donors come in, like now with the freedom. Although we have kept complaining to the donors that every donor, his eyes is in northern Uganda, we need also you people to go to other parts of the country, because we have areas in Busia that are called the Humuskoromojo. There is a school called in Maracha, half children, a school of 500 pupils, 250 are Koromojong children. Therefore, we are calling upon you civil society organizations not only to be in Karamojong region, but also to come to our areas, we who are hosting the Karamojong communities. Because right now we don't have the maize produce market going on. But come 2 months, you find that we have almost a full market full of people from Napak, Nakapiripirit, Moroto, Kotido, Amdat, and everywhere. I therefore want to appreciate that you are doing a good job and continue. Mr. Minister, I would have not said this, but I see there are some people in government who want to arm twist civil society organizations in terms of strict monitoring, which is a witch hunt. Government should give liberty and freedom to civil society organizations to help Ugandans. Because Uganda as a country, we need stakeholders to supplement on our services for the benefit of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Macho. Honorable Macho happens to be an in-law to the Karamojong. This man is married to a Karamojong wife, so that's why he likes. And we want to recruit him as one of the members of parliament from the region. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the work done here. I want to associate myself with the protocol and appreciate everybody who has dedicated time to come and listen to this, the wisdom from this. Commitments. There are commitments for us as members of parliament. At community level, at personal level, we have commitments. At national level, we have commitments. One, through lobby and advocacy, we want to work hard to ensure that government codes and grant aids the 18 schools in Moroto and those in Nakapiripirit and Busia. To begin with, and of course, other districts in Uganda, because we are not only members of parliament from where we have been elected, we are national leaders, so we speak for the whole country. Coding of schools, because government already has a commitment by way of the policy. We have the universal primary education. That is already a policy commitment. Therefore, government should walk the talk by helping these schools to operate, by giving resources that will enable them to operate. We have 18 schools in Moroto, 9 in Tepeth County, 9 in Matheniko, and 1 in Moroto Municipality. Only 1 was chosen out of 18. That is Pupu Primary School. When I was a community school, when I was asking the person in charge, I said, but why out of 18 community schools in Moroto, you chose only 1, Pupu? Is it because of the name? Then he said, yes, but now why did you put Susu? You should have also brought Pupu with the Susu. It was just a joke. So, as members of parliament, we are committed to advocating and lobbying for the grant aiding and coding of these schools. 2, the school feeding program. Some of us are beneficiaries of the school feeding program by donors, especially World Food Program. Honorable Elder Lokeris told you how he went to school. Our father, our elder. Because of the NGOs that attached the church. and other religious organizations. So most of the people who have gone to school from Karamoja, none of them should deceive you that they have never gone through this free education. I'm one of the beneficiaries. I went to school because there was food in Kasimeri Primary School. Now some schools are almost closing because there is no school feeding program. So we are going to engage government, Ministry of Education, and the World Food Program country representative to ensure that priority affirmative action is given to the Karamoja schools. The government should provide food, even if it means 1 meal per day. Honestly, we need it. The third one is the Gulu motion. We moved the motion in Gulu, the members of parliament and other members of parliament from the country, with different parts of the country, supported us that the government, we're urging government to build. There should be forced and free education, boarding education in Karamoja. Because when you leave these children to operate from homes, coming as day scholars, they may fall prey. They are vulnerable to dropping out from school. And we do not want to raise again the percentage of the dropout rate, which you already have. We want to reduce it further. So the Gulu motion, we are going to follow it to the dot and ensure that the government in the coming budget allocates money for some of the schools. You can begin in every district. Certainly there are areas that they are more needy even within a district. In Nakapiripiriti, you can say maybe you can go to Loreng, you can go to Nabilatu. In Kabong, you can prioritize some areas which are really needy. Then we begin there. So, but let's get started. We want to push government to ensure that resources are allocated for that plan. Then the engagement of investors. There are a lot of mining activities in Busia, in Nakapiripiri, in Moroto. And these mining activities have really drawn children of school-going age, these young learners. They have drawn them from the villages and they are there. The parents are there. They are looking at the children. They are very comfortable to see children around them. Madam RDC Jen and all other leaders, we want to walk this. We want to speak the same language. When Nakapiripiriti is talking the same about to go back to school, Busia is speaking. Moroto speaks. We all talk the same language. And as far as ensuring these children go back to school and stay at school. Investors, we are going to have an engagement with investors at the district level. We want to have these investors swing to action in terms of corporate social responsibility. You can't have an investor in a Cherel, in a Busia, near the gold mining area. In Nanyidik, the school is there. The investor is getting a lot of money from the minerals near the school. But the school is not even having a fence. The school does not even have a dormitory. The classrooms are only 3 or 4. And then you call yourself an investor. You should feed the cow you are milking. You can't milk our cow. You take the milk and you leave us dry. No. We should partake the milk from that cow that you are milking from. So we want sensitization. We want to tell the investors, don't allow children in the mining areas. Let the adults people be there. All the children should be at school. Any investor who will not pay, who will not comply, we shall talk to the Minister of Mining, especially the Commissioner for Geological Service and Mine. They will deny them a certificate. They will never renew. Because they should not allow children to be in the mining areas. Lastly, we have also taken a leave from the NGOs under the Work No Child Business Consortium. We thank you for the work you have done. It is not good always to be part of the burial of something. But we are only consoled because the consortium has left good benefits. That is the only consolation we have. So we shall guard those benefits jealously as leaders at all levels. We ensure that we don't lose those benefits which you have already planted in our districts. We are also lobbying with development partners to ensure that we have classrooms and dormitories for the primary schools to enable these children to stay at school. An example is in my area is in our Natal Primary School. The Embassy of Japan has promised dormitories and classrooms. So even with my colleagues, we are lobbying at the national level, not only through government, we are lobbying even the NGOs to come and help our people. Thank you very much.
The clock stopped counting at some moment, but it was, this particular MP was speaking. Now, how are you doing in that? Yours has stopped. So let's have these ones greet us and make one or two commitments.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to associate with the protocol as stated here to save time. Thank you all the participants. I also want to associate myself with the commitments as raised by my colleagues here. When Honorable Dr. Loki was talking about assuring that the schools are coded, they get some money, and also the budget, especially for the boarding section for the children in Karamoja. I happen to sit with Dr. Loki on the Committee of Budget. Macho here, Honorable sits on the Committee of Education, and I want to associate myself with the commitments. Lastly, they talked, Maikao talked about the ordinances, and specifically stated that there is an ordinance that has been referred back to the sub-county for amendment. I want to commit myself with my colleagues here that we shall fast track that with the council such that we have it gazetted and operational. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody who have come here to celebrate the achievements of the consortium. I want to associate myself with the remarks made by my colleagues, but my only concern is that you have gone so early, because education is the key to life. We just started, and even in our remarks we said we are not yet there. We all know the cycle of education is not just establishing a community school. It is going through the entire cycle up to the level where we can sit in this kind of room, planning for education, planning to promote education among pastoral communities and other communities. I was overhearing of somebody called Natalia. I just want to appeal that if you are near to those well-wishers, let's not call this end of the project. Let's call this reviewing the project and looking for a successor project, so that we continue with the beautiful testimonies that were made here this morning. Those few testimonies are few. We need more, many more, like for Karamoja, because there are people here in this country who are saying, we cannot wait for Karamoja to develop. Good enough, with your support, we are almost arriving. We only want to request you to increase the support so that we arrive and sit on the round table together with those who started the journey early. As I conclude, Natalie, as you go there, don't sleep. I come from a society known as a minority group. And we are just speaking because of the goodwill of this government, NRM government. We are also somewhere in the journey. When you came to my constituency, I came to realize you a little late. But it was not too late because we have already put some seeds on the ground. Your staff of Nascent, I'm too happy. We have interacted, we have put something there. Let's continue. To the rest of us, let's continue working together to achieve all the objectives in the sector of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much, honorable members. Thank you so much. Honorable Macho and all your colleagues, thank you so much. I think we would have missed a lot if we had suppressed and not allowed Macho to speak to us. It's important that the other colleagues also spoke to us. Now, I'm going to invite two civil servants. You'll share 2 minutes. You have written speeches, but you're going to summarize. PS local government is going to speak to us. Your colleague is also going to speak to us, and then we'll move to close. Yes? Yes? Gender, yes. PS local, PS gender and local government, yes. Minister of Energy, yes. So Minister of Energy, it is your investors that are employing these children in mines. So some commitments and in charge of labor.
Thanks very much. I recognize the protocol. Mine is very literal. One, the government money does not go without a request. So we request, and my permanent secretary is committed to it, that you write a paper where you need her support, or the ministry needs the support. She will have to sit with the management and ensure that your support is given. That said, one of the commitments is to ensure all these areas have power, and that's electricity, so that when the children are at school, they can be able to go to the dormitory and have light. She's going to give it a priority on the request. About money, like I've said, you will have to request through, and she will have to provide through the government procedures, accepted government procedures, and she will be committed to it. Now, that is from the permanent secretary, and has, like somebody said, now this is my personal, anybody quoting, it is a woman now saying, it is not the permanent secretary. If at all somebody called Natalia thinks again and says no, I think let's review and proceed. We should not call the district when we are working in a small area of the district. For example, in Busia, it is not that I was against the project, but actually I had never seen it, and I come from the far end of Busia, and the only place where it is being said is at the far north of Busia, and I had never seen it. And according to what you have said, in Busia, in Busime, there is sand mining and there is labor, child labor. There is fishing in the far end, which has also child labor. I would request that if you are reviewing, since we have seen the benefits the other side, enhance it, but also look at the other areas of Busia, so that we can also call that it is the district, not calling the district when we are working in a parish. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Minister of Labor and Social Development. Yes. 1 minute.
The Honorable Ministers, Honorable Parliament, protocol observed. My name is Hilary Businge, Assistant Commissioner in charge of Labor, and I stand here on behalf of the Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. So in the interest of time, in 2 speeches, but I just want to quickly I wish to highlight that the work of this program, or what the program has done in Uganda, rather, it is a stepping for government to pick up the reins and continue from where it has stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, partly to this testimony, you already had Honorable Minister for Karamoja Affairs committing to continue lobbying resources to support carry forward interventions under this initiative. So to that effect, ladies and gentlemen, government through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development on strengthening the existing legal frameworks, enforce laws that protect children and expand social protection programs that safeguard vulnerable families. I want to go the Employment Act, CAP 226, the Employment Children Regulations of 2012, the National Child Labor Policy, along with the National Action Plan on the elimination of child labor, continue to serve as critical tools to fight this vice of child labor. I want to commit that the Ministry of Gender, through its mandate, will continue to review and laws, policies, actions that will go a long way in fighting this vice. I thank you all, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, this consortium has been working bigger than the districts we're celebrating today, Moroto and Busia. Members of Parliament, the technical people, you'd remember that there's been support to review the National Child Labor Policy, and that was part of the work of this consortium. We are moving towards the end. I have only 3 speeches left. We'll still continue to try and make sure that we keep time. So I'm going to request the country representative for Save the Children to come and give very brief remarks. And after that, we invite the Deputy Ambassador to speak to us. And after the Deputy Ambassador, Honorable Minister, you'll speak to us and close. And then I understand there is lunch. Yeah, because I said this is a celebration. When I was telling Chairman not to lament, I said this is a celebration, so we'll celebrate with lunch. Can I have Save the Children come and speak to us?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Martha Dambia. I am the interim country director upholding the fort. But my substantial position is the finance director for Save the Children Uganda Country Office. To thank everyone for this program. I'm a direct beneficiary of the program. I was 1.5 months ago, and I happened to visit the salon, and I got a hairdo in that one of those salons from the beneficiaries of the program. Commitments from Save the Children. So as Save the Children, we commit to strengthen our thematic programming approach. As organizations, we have a project working model, which when projects end, sometimes the good works end. So as an organization, we are committing that we are adopting a programming approach. So when a project ends, the programming does not end with a particular project, but the works, the other within the program, to ensure sustainability and program continuity. Other commitment is integration of our common approach. In this particular project, we had a common approach, Steps to Protect, which we commit that we are going to continue even with other new programs to ensure that we end child labor. We shall also work with different stakeholders to strengthen our advocacy programming to ensure that we end child labor. We also believe that by working together, we can create a future where every child in Karamoja feels safe and protected, and therefore we commit to continue strengthening the child protection systems in Karamoja region and at a national level, focusing on improving access to quality education, child protection services, and strengthening local child protection measures, and improving social service welfare. Lastly, we continue to create an enabling environment for children to thrive through our multi-sectoral programming, and it is our hope that the efforts of the Work No Child Business Program are a great start to what other partners will continue to build on to protect the well-being of children. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the children. Can I ask you to do some small role for me, Barbara? Can I ask you to do a small role for me, please? Could you invite for me the ambassador, the deputy ambassador, to speak to us? Thank you.
I take this honor to invite the deputy ambassador of the Netherlands to come and take the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. The honor is all mine. Honorable Minister, honorable members of parliament, representatives of the districts and local government, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today at the closing ceremony of No Child Business. After a strong collaboration between 2019 and 2024, it's time to celebrate the partnership and the results achieved. First of all, I would like to thank our partners, HIVOS, Stop Child Labor Coalition, Uganda National Teachers Union, NASCEND Research and Development Organization, Environmental Women in Action, and Development and Save the Children for the commitment and the partnership. I would also like to thank the government of Uganda for its support and the readiness to work with this coalition to tackle child labor. Your presence here in such large numbers and your commitments expressed for the continuation of some of the results really speak for the strength of this collaboration. I'm pleased to see so many people that gather today interested in the partnership and work on the important topic of the fight against poverty and child labor. Eliminating child labor is an important topic for the Netherlands. And we have a long history on working on this topic. And we see that more and more attention is paid now to address the root causes of child labor, an important and necessary development to get to structural solutions. And this is necessary as the international community, including Uganda and the Netherlands, agreed to end all forms of child labor by 2025. The Netherlands has a three-track approach to eliminate child labor in supply chains. The first track is to support companies to fight child labor in their chain. And we have the Fund Against Child Labor, which gives financial support to companies to do their due diligence and to start projects on the ground. The second track is the work that we do with the ILO Excel program, also here in Uganda. The focus of this program is to build capacity of local governments, employers organizations, and workers organizations, stakeholders, etc. And the third track is the area-based approach through the Work No Child Business Program, which we are celebrating here today. And you have worked on the awareness raising and making sure children can go back to school or stay in school. And the partnership has run in 6 countries: Côte d'Ivoire, India, Jordan, Mali, Vietnam, and here in Uganda, which was supported in total with 35 million euros. In Uganda, you have done this in 3 districts: Nakapiri-Pirit, Moroto, and Busia. And when I recently met the leadership in Moroto, they expressed a sincere appreciation of the work you've been doing. And for me, that was a significant moment because it showed the close collaboration. And if I listen now here today, again, to the renewed commitments by all district leaderships, it shows there is a genuine appreciation and a commitment to continue to work in the future. And the Netherlands, we welcome the measures taken by the government of Uganda to address the challenge of child labor, especially with the establishment of the National Steering Committee on Child Labor in 2021, and the adoption and the implementation of the National Action Plan on the Elimination of Child Labor, the NAP2. However, the past years in which the program was implemented were difficult for Uganda. Schools in Uganda were closed for almost 2 years, which affected all children, but mostly girls. Teenage pregnancies went up, and many kids did not return to school after they opened again. This led to an increase in child labor here in Uganda, including in hazardous work. According to estimates, incidence of child labor was at 14% before the pandemic, and now concerns 6.2 million children, or 39.5% of all children in the country. We are deeply concerned that the highest incidence in child labor is found amongst those between 5 and 11 years, and that a significant number of children aged between 12 and 17 occupied in hazardous work, mainly in agriculture, hazardous working conditions, and long working hours. Given the gravity of the situation, it is of the utmost importance to strengthen our efforts to progressively eliminate child labor. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't use up all the time that the honorable members of parliament did not use, so let me try to come to a close here. The work No Child business showed a significant impact on exactly some of the issues that I made before. Children were less involved in child labor and less under hazardous circumstances. More children went to school in areas where the program was implemented compared to the areas nearby. But challenges remain, such as the access to education for girls, teenage pregnancies, and early marriages. Such specific barriers will need to be addressed. And it's not only for the good of the individual girls, but also paramount for Uganda to capitalize on its young population. For these reasons, we are proud on what has been achieved by the coalition, and it's good that these results and lessons are brought here to the fore. So I would like to congratulate you all and encourage you to continue the important fight against child labor. You will find the Netherlands on your side through the different programs that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Peter Ambassador. I apologize, I skipped one person who should have given a critical commitment. So before the minister closes, yeah, Honorable Marshall is telling me protocol may not allow me to do that. Let me just mention what I wanted to say. The representative from Private Sector Foundation Uganda, my apologies, we skipped you on the program. We shouldn't have. We'll find a way to deal with that. If the minister allows us, you will, pardon? Okay. I think at this moment, we need to do the closing. And I'd like to invite the Honorable Minister to come and address us. Yes? Our political leaders will sort out the protocol issues amongst themselves. I don't want to get too wade into those. So let's have, join me to welcome the Honorable Anyakon.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, members of Parliament, the permanent secretaries around, all the development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Before I read what is in this paper, I want to say what is in my heart about the program. We want to thank you. Our plea as leaders of the region or as national leaders, the only way we can change Karamoja, nobody should lie us. The only way we can change Karamoja is through education. So Parliament, when we're in Gulu, moved the motion. We want to create a gap where children will grow up without knowing there is grazing. And that gap is where we're advocating for government to ensure that we have free, forceful education especially for the children of Karamoja. For us, once government takes up this, as we take up this, we will have solved a very big problem, because we are good at coping. So the next generation that will come will find when the gap is still there, and it will be subsequent. So this will change. But my members of parliament have made commitments. I think we also have a problem as leaders. The LC5 chairpersons who are here, thank you for your commitments, but let's act. Let's act. Let's do something. Because even the partners, when they see we are doing something. As we speak right now, we have over 15 million, according to OBO statistics, we have 15 million children in this country. 6.2 million are under child labor in this country. And that is 40%. So meaning, even the percentages I saw here, and it's not only in Karamoja, it's in the country, and it's a very big problem. I want to make an appeal to the partners, to the donor family, that when we get these statistics, I think it's good to first consult with government and we see whether it's rhyming with what we have before they are published. Because also I realize it tarnishes us in the international community in terms of trade, in terms of funding, and also other bilateral ratifications that we have signed before. So it's good to work. I'm passing this message because I know what has just happened. I know my brother here knows. So I want to welcome you all to this very important closeout meeting. As we continuously reflect on our efforts towards eradicating child labor in our country, Uganda. I bring you warm greetings from my Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I also want to allow me to recognize the valuable efforts of the WNCB Alliance and all the implementing partners of Work No Child's Business. Personally, as the Minister in charge of labor, I appreciate the collaboration between the local governments in Moroto, Nakapripit, Busia, along the line of ministries and implementing this formative program. Not withholding the child labor remains a pressing issue in this country, with an alarming number, which I've just mentioned to you, of 40% of child labor. In response to the critical challenges, Work No Child Business programs supported by the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs has played a pivotal role in addressing child labor in Uganda. The impact in Uganda has been transformative, especially in the Karamoja sub-region, Busia districts, where the program has empowered local communities to protect children from labor exploitation, improve household livelihoods, and strengthen the local child protection system. I bring to you all, and also your attention, that the Ministry of Labor, we have joined the fight against child labor through inspection of workplaces, ensuring compliance with child labor laws, and working to ensure the employers adhere to national labor standards. An exercise we have continuously done with both technical and political support in the country. As government, we remain committed to ensuring that all children have access to free, quality education, while in central preventing child labor, government has also focused on law enforcement as a priority in addressing child labor. This includes Employment Act and the Children's Act
which provides legal framework for protecting children from hazardous and exploitative labor. I want to commend Work No Child's Business, the programs for significant achievements and addressing the child labor and re-enrolling them to schools, particularly in the most vulnerable districts of Karamoja and in Busia district. I also want to thank the successful effort in building child-friendly, safe education environments and equipping youth with skills for decent work. And this, I think, will contribute to long-term sustainability. Additionally, I recognize the role of Work No Child Business in strengthening child protection systems, empowering community structures to combat child labor, and enhancing the economic resilience of households. However, the role of the private sector in sustaining achievements shall not or never go unnoticed, particularly when you commit to adapting responsibility business practices and ensuring no children are involved in their supply chain. I acknowledge and recognize the dedication of various stakeholders at the community level and within local governments, particularly in the districts of Moroto, Nakapipit, and Busia. Their commitments here has been demonstrated through numerous impactful actions and sustainable plans. In light of the shared achievements, I would like to reaffirm the ministry's commitment to fight against the device of child labor through their routine inspection and other related activities possible. I therefore conclude with the following suggestions going forward. I call for a concerted effort to ensure that gains made through the Work No Child Business program are sustained, scaled up to address child labor across the regions in Uganda. There is need to use the well-tested and useful area-based approach to address all forms of child labor, respective communities. There is need for all stakeholders, government, private sector, civil society, international partners to continue committing to eradication of child labor. There is need to appreciate the importance of ongoing collaboration between governments and private entities to ensure children are protected and provided access to education and safe, decent future employment opportunities. Industries such as agriculture. I want to give you an example. You look at, in agriculture, you look at the coffee farmers, you look at the sugarcane farmers, you look at the tea farmers. This is where we're having the challenges. The mining, manufacturing to be encouraged to continue working with the government to uphold ethical labor standards and support initiatives that provide decent employment for adults, and they will help to curb the child labor. We need strengthened law enforcement mechanism to hold violators accountable, the likes of employers who exploit children and those who fail to comply with the Uganda labor laws. We jointly need to advocate for the need to equip labor inspectors with the resources and capacity to effectively monitor compliance with the child labor laws across the industries and regions. There is need for more collaboration between the Ministry of Gender, other government agencies, and the private sector in building comprehensive response to child labor. With all these tasks I have said, I will invite the minister, my senior minister, Lokeris, to come and close the meeting. But before that, I want to request our partners here. We as Ministry of Gender would want to have a meeting with labor officers. All the district labor officers, this is a very big problem because it is them who are in touch with these employers at that local level. I know they have trained some of them, but there's more need to put them at a task because they're like our focal point persons. There is need to hold the cow by the horn at the district level. I thank you for God and my country. I now invite Elder Lokeris to come and officially close. He's not going to speak, please. He's just going to close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for inviting me to close that I should not speak. I don't know now when I'm talking whether I'm speaking or I will not be speaking. Thank you very much. Dear friends, I would like to thank God for giving us the ability to think in order to survive in this world. This world, if you don't have creativity, you will perish. So all our survival is a struggle. In the course of struggling, there are limitations. God has given us resources for our own benefit. But in order to get this, has also given limitations. That some of these things we require are hazardous, such as in mining. What we use in the extraction of mineral properties, some of them are very hazardous, and that's why the limitation to say there is a age in which you must start to exploit this. If you say iron ore, things they use, most of them are hazardous and very difficult even today, can even deform the growth of a child. And that's why those acts give ages. The ages to engage in those should be above 18 years because of their hazardity. So when you went to this, you introduce, say, now, what's the alternative? Instead of children telling them to go and just sit idle, then the schools are there. And in school, you study various things which open your mind. And if you start teaching children of the what to do and the don'ts and the do's at a early age, in fact, they grow up good citizens, avoiding this, agreeing this, and what to do this. The resources God has given us are enormous. Imagine where you went, Karamoja. You are able to go where you were just facing stones. And they said, and those stones we used to sit on them. But now we have got money from these stones where we are seated. That some of them are supposed for making cement, some of them, so many things. We were told in Karamoja, you people are very poor. But now people are running there. We are setting factories, in a very dry area, which means God was also saying, you also have something. And that's why God is very democratic. When he gives this one this, gives the others that. But all of them need this at some time. And therefore, that cross-pollination of this one having to give the other one creates marketing activities. And that then benefits the whole world as we move ahead. So education is very paramount in order to diversify, to tell them what is this, what you do not do this. And when they grow up, there is mindset change. like ours when we are now talking about, we want the children to go early to school so that we change their mind when they are still small. But if they are not, then the other people will tell them the best thing is to kill and rape. We want to turn them away from there and say there are better ways of survival. And I'm very happy when you came, this is the area you chose. And we are happy when I saw it. I said, okay, our qualifications, according to the Act, children below 18 years should not engage in these hazardous areas. So alternatives are schools. We must really go in these areas. Now, I have seen, because of education creating so many people, doctors and what have you, this is what they will see. Now, immediately you brought this, they were embraced by our local governments. They have been talking here very powerfully. I said, I think these ones have already had it. And some of them are even saying, we want more. You know, there's a book where they say, Obibi spoke, some what you call Obibi, I don't know that is also in Europe. That it was given something, cut that one and put behind and say, I want more. Now, with us, we want more. If there is a way you can again come and say, there is something left undone. We have stimulated these people when they are catching up, we are withdrawn. I know for you, of course, money comes from elsewhere. I know even those partners, I'm appealing to them to say, I think you did it, stimulated everything. Can you again renew? We go ahead. It will not be permanent, but it will have caused a big change, which you are now changing. So I would like to thank you. I would like to thank all the partners and all the implementers who came to house the people of Garamaja. What you have left there will not go away. You have already started, and we are capturing from there. With this, I would like to thank you and say, all of you, I wish you the best of way when you are returning to your respective places of abode. God bless you. Thank you.
Declare closed.
Minister, I thought you had said I had spoken too much. So now, of course, I am just a joker, you know, when I arrive. Also, I'm a museum, you know, museums are not told to stop anyhow. You know, the day I was presiding over the cultural event, Garamaja Cultural in Karena, when I was there, I was dressed in a very funny way. So my president, the one who knows me very well, came. He found me putting on a feathers, putting on what? He didn't recognize me. So I was following him when we were showing him, taking him around to see what we had put there for him to see. Then when he was going away, I said, thank you very much. Then he looked around, is it you? I said, yes, it is me. We laughed, and that's all. So he, at times, I also double as a cultural leader. I don't have any problem. So with this, I declare our meeting closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now that the event has been closed, I'm only making announcements. So apologies for the delay. We should have ended this about an hour ago. So we've stretched a little bit, but we also started a little bit late. We have lunch. We have lunch at the table there. Please pick a coupon, go have lunch, and then you can depart at leisure. Number two is for teams that have come from far, there is an administration team that is remaining behind here. To them, be able to answer some of your questions. And last but not least, may I request the two ministers, Muzei and Honorable Anyakun, and the people you sat with there, with the rest of us. If you could climb up the podium here, with the background, we take one or two group photos, and then we'll pick our coupons and go on. Otherwise, thank you so much on behalf of the consortium I'd like to appreciate you for being patient to this hour and for all participation in this project. And of course, the technical team, thank you very much from all the partners. Thank you very much. We climb up the podium. The photographer. The professional.
Alala katangika mwe kare kirwalu eka tunga tanga monare ngirwalu alala tange ke bala ka noi noi ibeda de lama de noi noi anu kiromo no kare kingeri torayo kingera yo gala mabajo gala mabajo you can never stop me, you can never block me, and you can never bend me. Hello, you can never stop me, you can never block me, and you can never bend me.